The Dire get a ban. Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Medusa.
I'm doing great, Mike. We've got a pretty exciting matchup lined up for us today. Week number 4. Games are starting to, wind down. We've only got about this week and 2 more weeks after, so every single team needs to start finding wins. And this first matchup is very important for both sides. 496 up against Team Mystery. Both sides are kind of down there in the bottom half, especially Mystery. They're in the zone where you might get cut off, you might get eliminated from the lower div, and that could have ramifications going down, ramifications for, say, TI qualifiers. Not quite sure yet how it builds up, so as after this, we've got Major and then potentially just TI, so you do want to kind of keep your spot here, and 496 is just barely above Mystery, so we'll see. One side's got to win here, and one side's got to climb up. Important for both sides to find that win.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
It is risky, but it's one of those heroes that really fits Ghost's playstyle. Think about the games you watched yesterday, right? Like, Ghost was playing really heavy farming heroes. He just sat back and really tried to build that lead for his team. We saw it especially on his Luna. Just out-farmed literally everyone for the first 20 to 25 minutes. Medusa is the same thing. Like, you kind of just sit back, farm up, hit a couple of major item spikes, join your team afterwards. The issue for Mystery is kind of buying that space out and getting some farm distribution to these other cores. I love the response from 496. I think these are the 2 heroes that you'd want to rush Medusa with. Nyx Assassin means that you're going to be able to control the Medusa, burn that mana a little bit better, especially since the Medusa does build stat items. So the int will grow, and the mana burn is going to get that much more effective. PL, natural diffusal carrier. The Medusa can kind of play around that. You've got split shot, you can sort of melt those illusions, but if they overwhelm you, your mana will burn out and your durability just suddenly fades. And once your mana is completely gone, like, you're not going to be able to cast that Mystic Snake. I mean, while you can, it's going to be annoying, but once you can't, you're going to be a sitting duck. So I love the response from 496. It feels like they're ready for it. And Mystery, they've got this great Ghost here, but they need to follow it up. They've got the Grimstroke on hand, which is actually kind of scary. Soulbind plus Mystic Snake Ags upgrade can be pretty darn annoying, so that is a pretty strong combo here for Mystery.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Finally came up for air. The Dire get a ban.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we've got that leeway. No one's gonna bust your balls for not forgetting to open a window during the break time, Mike, and not forgetting to mute that mic sometimes.
10 seconds.
It's alright this time. I'm not gonna bust your balls.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban. 10 seconds.
Yep. It's a lot more
5
potent,
seconds
especially
remaining.
once the stat items come in. And Spike Carapace, just you let out a Mystic Snake, Spike Carapace will hold you down anyway, so the stun duration's not going to feel as amazing for Dedusa. I think that's one big thing that Mystery is going to have to watch out for as well. First pick Medusa is very confident. I think the only other team we see do this is like Boom. Boom is really the only one that comes into mind with Dreamocell playing the hero, or sometimes Mikado as well down mid, but tends to be just Dreamocell. It just signals that you have a very specific playstyle in mind. And again, for Mystery, this is allowed because Ghost just loves farming. He has a very heavy farming pause 1. Medusa probably just needs, if you want, just go for a Massive Madness, same thing as a Luna. Dip into jungle, build up from there, play with your Soulbind combo. They need some aggressive mids and off lanes to kind of support this though. Like something like a Centaur would be pretty darn good. It is left in the pool for both sides. Centaur plus Medusa is just really nice. It'll help you retreat and help you disengage from something like the PL. Like the PL depends on the Phantom Rush to close the gap, and with Stampede, you're going to be chasing for a pretty long time. There's enough time for the Medusa to get to safety, to bait in the PL. So I think 496 has to watch that. They do leave the Centaur in as well. They don't ban it out themselves. So that could be something Mystery goes for. They've got the Grimstroke on hand. Grimstroke plus Centaur is really strong in lane.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Sack.
You're going to be able to just do what you want, push towers, which is fast enough, say level 8 early on, invade the jungle, invade the triangle, prevent the Medusa from farming before any major items come out, before the BKBs fly out, and that should be what 496 looks to play with. Mystery, Centaur, we already talked about why it's great, very telegraphed pick. Medusa Centaur just retreats early. You've got the Grimstroke plus Centaur in the off lane now as well. Inkswell plus the stun is pretty darn potent, so it's a safe pick for Mystery. It's one way to protect Ghost, and you can see 496 like probably our support Phoenix here coming through, 4 or 5 potential to swap it around, and it does give them really nice team fight to play with. They've got good sustain up front. This is one very consistent way to burn through the Medusa mana as well. Just have the Phoenix stand from a mile away, get the Sun Ray off, and slowly burn through the Medusa. It's really good damage. It scales nicely into the late game, so it's consistent for 496. You're not going to get the best egg value here. You don't have that combination yet on the offlane. There's no option for Mars as well, so it's a bit harder to maximize the egg. Oh yeah.
Dire's ban now.
Someone in the chat, Cho Skywalker, asked me, is water back? Yes, it is. What's not back is my internet. So right now I'm on, you know the saying, phone off the hook? My phone's not off the hook. It's on the hook because I'm using my mobile data. So I have water back. I've shaved, but there's no internet.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Yeah. You know what it is? I'm too strong. You know, if I have both water and internet, oh, it's just off. It's true to roof. You got to take one out. I hope they don't take my power out again, because I can't do anything with power out still. Do you see? I did. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe the sun goes out. You know, it's just suddenly darkness in the Philippines. Who knows? Still, the Abaddon pick for Team Mystery, it's pretty darn nice here as well. You can sustain the Medusa. It's a very passive lane with Medusa Abaddon. You can maybe play aggressive once you've got the Curse of Avernus up, but more than likely you're just looking to keep your Medusa safe, keep her protected with a Euphotic Shield, healed up with a Mist Coil, and just kind of build off that. You do have that good combo of Center plus Abaddon down the line, so blink in, Hoof Stomp, you've got the Euphotic Shield to break your double edge with, lots of burst damage with the Inkswell, and Mystery just build up again. Dragonite comes through, really strong in terms of playing early, having that early spike. Once you get even just your level 6, you can pressure a tower. Lane of DK against Lashrak is not as nice, but you can sort of sustain. Once you hit your level 3, it doesn't feel as bad. The Lashrak's still going to have an easier time spamming his spells out to get that initial farm, but the DK shouldn't lag too far behind there. It's all about EXP in that lane. And the one issue for Mystery with the DK and Centaur pickup is that they don't really have ways to hit that Phoenix Egg. So Bombi, as you mentioned, he's a specialist in that. He only has to worry about Medusa. Even Dragonite and Dragon Form might not be enough. And 496 go with an Axe. That's the combo with a Phoenix. It's beautiful. Like you get Blink Call, Sunray on top, Egg on top. This is all lining up for 496 in a really nice aggressive pattern. They do have the PL, which kind of takes time to farm, but I don't think it takes as long as Medusa. The issue here is Ghost is going to flash farm faster. So if Mystery secures her jungle, the Medusa should still hit some good item spikes to face off against a PL, but it's still going to take time. So Mystery still, again, has to play that stall game.
Getting into the game right now. Question unanswered for at least now. 496 and Team Mystery. They can answer it for us, John. But what you answer for me is the hard question. Who came out with the better draft, sir?
I'm going to go with 496. I think they've got the Medusa counters all lined up. The PL should still be able to hit some pretty good spikes for Drew. The one thing is that Drew needs to kind of play with those early item spikes. Once Diffusal Mantis up, you have to go and Medusa before the Ags flies through, before any more comes out for Ghost, especially the Ags plus Ags Shard combo. So ideally you want to be active before that 20-minute mark on the PL this game. Going back to the question of the Axe, this should be a more standard Axe build. I can see Blink Vanguard being an option. With the Ag Shard Manta coming after, I think you could skip the Blade Mail. It just feels like Blade Mail, it's not amazing anymore, so I don't mind an Axe going for that, but you do have to get Vanguard. Like 100% this game, there's a lot of physical damage coming through. You want to be able to block it. Even a Crimson Guard's going to have a really good value here.
Look at this, John. He went for a Bracer and just a set of Tangos on the Axe. This is something I haven't seen in a bit. Generally speaking, Quelling Blade, Ring of Protection maybe, and a lot of regen on the Axe. But he goes for the Bracer and one set of Tangos. What do you think about this? Like, is this a bit too greedy?
It's a bit greedy. I think he's just trying to pad out his HP. He's maybe going to try to play around with just focusing on farming rather than aggression. So just kind of pulling the wave back as far as possible, getting that initial farm up, rushing the Ring of Health. And after the Ring of Health timing, you're kind of sustaining that lane fine. You do have to watch the positioning coming through. It's mainly down to the fact that Ghost plus Swain on Medusa plus Abaddon is super passive. Like, the Axe is not going to be threatened here. You could maybe try to run up for Wayne. He's pocketing that level 1. He could opt for the Avernus and try to bully out that BB, but that doesn't sound like a really good prospect as well. And this is a dual melee lane from 496. Axe plus Nyx is something that the Medusa shouldn't worry too much about. Issue is Abaddon doesn't really do as much in the early levels as well, so that BB might be just allowed to get that greedy start. Yasi already drops a nice forward ward to block the camp as well. The lane's always going to shove in. You can see Wayne just applying that pressure, but with a bracer up, you're really just not losing enough HP on the axe.
Now, I like the choice to go for the spin level 1 as well, because generally speaking, you'd see the level 1 battle hunger at the level 1 mark on the axes these days, but I think the thing is, the Nyx Assassin won't be able to chase down the Abaddon and harass him out with the battle hunger anyway. So you're probably better off just getting the spin and pushing out the lane, and well, right now he might just die. That BB being slowed up quite a lot, and this should be first blood. Ghost looking for that last hit though. That BB, a cheeky juke, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He will try, but eventually Ghost will be able to connect the Mystic Snake and does get the kill. That's going to be a really nice start here for Ghost.
Yeah, it all came down to the fact that Yasi went for a pull, and he's trying to get that level 2 spike on his Nyx. So the axe going for this greedier start is easily punishable. You need someone else to soak that damage, or at least spread the damage around, take the attention away, get the stun off to prevent that aggression from coming through, and you already kind of give Ghost a pretty good time here. He has that leveled spike over the axe, and that's just going to feel good in laning.
Now, bot lane though, Bombi does end up dying, and I didn't quite see what happened there, but he is level 1 with only Fire Spirit, so there's no Icarus dive available right now on Bombi. Of course, Mystery will try and abuse that as they can. That'll be the second kill on the board already for Mystery. 496 yet to find their footing, but I'm sure for them it's all about allowing Drew to farm on this PL, and well, right now Drew is top of the CS board and appears to be free farming basically, so he's having a great old time. I think as long as Drew keeps his farm up, you're going to be happy no matter what happens.
Yeah, this lane on the bot lane, it's a Centaur Grimstroke. You just have so much aggressive potential for Mystery that Bombi's not going to be very safe here. Like PL plus Phoenix is not the most aggressive. You don't have too much control to hold him down. You do have decent DPS coming through from the Phoenix, but you'd rather focus on just soaking the damage through, allowing Drew to farm. They are getting that done. 17-4, really good number compared to Ghost at 8-3. Of course, we'll have to watch as the levels go up for Xiaoyu and QWE. They will look to keep trying to bully, keep looking for those openings. PL, early levels, you don't have the best cooldowns on Doppel, and Spirit Lance is kind of costly to your mana pool, so there's not too much Drew can actually do to get some aggression off. Still gives us a chance to look at the mid, last lane here. We've got Hung on the Lesh.
Wait a minute,
Mercury on
Xiaoyu. He's going to move in. He's got Drew there with the Inkswell and the double edge, and it's going to be more than enough. Very nice setup there from QWE and Xiaoyu. Drew maybe just getting a little bit overly confident on the PL, and it kind of goes back to what you said, John. Doppelganger, pretty high cooldown early on, and he hasn't even skilled it up yet. They recognize the opening, they take a very important kill off the map.
Yeah, it's a nice pick-off to take once more, and Drew just has to watch himself. He went for the Spirit Lance and Phantom Rush build. He's 10-2. With no Doppel up, you have no protection. So once they get that gap closing on, it's just an easy chain stun. Bombi can't really save you. No Sunray up. There's no heals coming through, and every single time you go up to the Centaur, you're going to be comping damage as well.
Absolutely. Looking back at top lane, though, they are going to try and go onto Wayne, but there's just no damage output. Like, against the Medusa lane, you really can't do much. Nyasi now is going to get chased down. Wayne does get the Curse of Avernus out. Ghost, Mystic Snake is barely not going to be enough. Survive on about 37 HP on that Nyx Assassin. Wayne is going to find himself a free courier now. That BB just kind of forgetting about his courier at the secret shop. Speaking of that BB, looking back at his skill build-up, he went 1-1-1. Interestingly enough, at level 2, he actually ended up going for the call rather than the battle hunger. And now he just goes for the 1-1-1, but you can really tell they're not able to keep Wayne out of this lane, because you can Aphotic Shield off the battle hunger every time as well, as you can see, and that BB is going to have a very tough time, it looks like. He's only found 4 CS so far in this axe.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive issue. Like, you don't necessarily want to share jungle farm here with Leshrac and with PL, and every single lane's just kind of going rough here inside of 496.
Yep. At least QWE does drop at the bot lane, and Xiaoyu now is going to be chased down in the Centaur. Do they have the damage though? Drew would love a Phantom's Rush, but he'll go for the Doppel instead. Be enough, a double kill out for Drew. And that's really what you wanted to see if you're a 496 fan. They just needed some kills on the board, and getting a double kill there for Drew is going to feel very nice. Meanwhile, Bombi, he'll just deny himself off to the tier 1 tower. Nobody around to soak XP anyway, so it's just worth the reset. And of course, the respawn time is going to be quite low because it was a death to Xiaoyu on the Centaur.
Yeah, it's kind of works out for 496. They're giving some space out to Dat BB to get his own creep pulse going. Gonna be able to farm, although down mid.
And Mercury trying to go into Hung. He does have some help coming in. Stroke of Fate is out. Hung, he's going to be all right. Now Mercury might be in danger. Yassi and Bombi going to try and chase him down, and yeah, Mercury's gone. Could not survive the damage output of Bombi. Now Wayne, he's going to try and go for a run, but Yassi is there with the Impale out and now the Aphotic Shield. It's not going to do too much as Hung will come back in. He gets another kill on the Leshrac. 496 looks like they finally found their footing in this game one.
Yeah, they turned out aggression down mid at a really good time. They even catch QWE here.
He's gonna go for the ink swirl, but it is not gonna be enough time to pop.
Your elements.
Tried to see if he could go after Hung there, but the Pulse Nova damage is gonna be way too high. Instead, Mercury, though, gonna TP back in onto Yassi. Or Spike Carapace, just walk away. Everything's fine for the side of 496.
They're going to need to get a few resets out for Hung. The bot alone is just going to give him to half, but at least he does have his arcane boots up. So there's more mana to play with here. All the rotations has, again, opened up some space for that BB to play catch up in the farm. Still lagging behind. 10 to 6 on the axe in terms of CS is not good. So that BB is still going to have to play in the jungle. He is trying to just play in that top jungle area. Win is going to keep an eye on him as he's trying to give that space out over to Hung. Hung in the triangle, and your Leshrac is getting a lot of space out, so you don't necessarily mind too much. But this does mean that the Vanguard blink timing for that BB is going to be stalled out, and you're going to find Ghost with really good timings into the Manta. So he's going to be able to keep farming up like a madman, and you might, again, have to keep an eye on just how much the Medusa gets for free. Sure, Drew's farming up right now. The Diffusal looks to be lined up for a pretty decent timing, but the Medusa can flash farm the jungle a little bit faster once a couple of items are up.
That's very true. That BB, the call out, but you've got to be careful about that Curse of Avernus. Wayne almost has it. He doesn't even need it. Ghost will pick up the kill. Into the mid lane, Mercury getting very low on the DK. Stampede was popped to allow him to get out, but we're now Hung with the Diabolic Edict, can start chipping away at that mid-tier 1 tower. Of course, that's something you really don't want as Team Mystery, because you don't want your jungle to get invaded. You want your Medusa to be able to farm, and now Mercury, he's been caught out. He might just be dead here. They do find him. Xiao Yu gonna try and turn, but no, he has to run. Hung is doing way too much damage. The Aphotic Shield might save the day, but no, Xiao Yu, he will burn out. In fact, they might even find more Hung. He's not done yet. Yassi will find another. Wayne is trying to survive, but there is no way in hell as Yassi will get a triple kill on the Nyx Assassin. And that should be the mid-tier 1 tower, about to cop a lot of damage here from Hung. In fact, never mind, it looks like he's probably going to be too low, and Mercury is going to come back into that mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, for Mystery's end, they kind of defend that mid-tier 1. Sacrificing 4 heroes is really not good. Hung is starting to build up. Number 1 in net worth right now. The only silver lining right now for Mystery is that there's a lot of free space still for Ghost, but the same thing's happening to Drew. Every single rotation out has allowed a PL to just sit back and farm as well. So it's a bit of a farming war between the PL and Deuce. The gap isn't too wide yet. There is still chances for Ghost to bounce back in the jungle. I don't think they've really managed to get too many stacks, though. The map has been a bit too busy. They have managed to stack some Ancients up, but the Medusa's not quite at the point where Ancients are feasible. That's going to be a little bit more down the line. And 496, they're just keeping their position down mid. Fortify's down, Edict's up. Tower's not going to stand long.
It definitely isn't Mystery. They're going to be forced again as 4 to defend this mid-tier 1. They'll try onto the Phoenix, go onto Bombi, but Bombi's got the egg out. That BB now going to rush in. This is very dangerous for the side of Team Mystery as they try to go for the egg, but the Impale out from Yassi is going to stop them in their tracks, and now they'll turn again. 496 right onto Ghost from that Medusa. The Sunray is there, and eventually they will burn him to death. They found Xiao Yu, they found QWE, onto another. Mercury's going to try and run, but it doesn't look great for him as Yassi is right behind with the Vendetta and the Impale. Bombi even going to have a bit of a dig for a salve instead of going on to Mercury. But it won't matter, John. They don't get the DK kill, but they found the mid-tier 1 tower, and as we know, that is going to make the life of our Medusa much, much harder. Ghost's map just got a lot smaller.
Yeah, he's going to have to really just play in the triangle area, try to maybe get some help to clear out those ancient stacks and get to the point where the Medusa is a bit more self-sustainable. and he's going to start now. It's not a massive stack. It's big enough to give you a gold injection here. There's still a lot of free space for 3. He clears out the top tier 1. The Diffusal is up on RPL, so this is already a major damage spike for him. You'd still want the Manta up for stats, but you're reaching that point where the PL is going to meet that sub 20-minute power spike with the Manta. And that's the point where the Medusa is just not going to be ready. You don't have the option for Ag Shard then. You're still a ways off from the Manta and very far from an Ags on top of that. So that huge, annoying, constant Mystic Snake stone form is a long way off, and this is the very vulnerable time for Mystery. They need to keep stalling out for the Dusa. They need some major items to fly out here. Xiao Yu needs his Blink, and you also need that Blink on Mercury. You need those 2 frontliners to jump in, get the control off, and find those pickoffs for your team. Otherwise, your initiation's all down to Stampede, and that doesn't feel like it's enough right now.
And guess what I just remembered, John? I've forgotten to turn on the predictions again. My apologies to the viewers if you were waiting for those predictions or you were trying to tell me to turn them on. I promise I'll remember in game 2. My apologies. Try not to look at the chat too much while we're casting, which is probably why I forgot. Bot lane, Xiao Yu gonna try and run. Yule's up is gonna be there. Dat BB doesn't have the call, but doesn't need it. Hung will have more than enough damage on the Leshrac, and well, that Xiao Yu on the Centaur, John, he's got a Hood of Defiance and a Vanguard, but it's just not proving to be enough with the amount of damage that Hung is pumping out.
Yeah, it's way too much. They can melt right through the Hood of Defiance's shield and Vanguard. There's not much physical damage coming through anyway from the side of 496 right now.
He's gone on to Mercury now. You've got Bombi around with the Sunray, and that's a level 3 Sunray. Gonna hurt quite a bit. Mercury, he is really getting quite low as Yassi now will go for the chase. Mercury, he stuck around for that bounty, but that may cost him. Yassi will catch up and Drew will be able to secure the kill on the PL. And it's just getting from bad to worse now for Team Mystery as they are 5k behind. And when you've got a Medusa, that never feels very good.
No, I mean, Ghost is still keeping up in farm. Everyone else is falling behind, and this is what we see from Mystery every now and again. They keep throwing their bodies out, they want Ghost to farm up, but they sacrifice too much on their other cores that it just becomes hard to
they
catch
found
up.
another one. They found Wayne. He doesn't even have borrowed time yet, John. It's 13 minutes in and he's still level 5. He's gonna get dunked on by that BB.
Useful with your bow.
Well, that's how you can tell that Mystery's having a very tough game. In fact, let's have a look at the level difference right now between all the heroes, and just look at that graph, John. It's not looking great.
Yeah, nah, it's a tough time for Mystery right now. Like, Xiao Yu is below all the supports of Mystery, of 496 and Mercury. Well, he gets run down by Drew a bit. And once you run out of mana, that's one little blessing on these lower mana heroes. Once you run out of mana, Drew doesn't do as much damage right now. So you're kind of safe. You're just going to be annoyed. Probably going to have to reset the pace. I love what I'm seeing here as well.
Sick ownage!
I'm not sure if you were referring to that kill, John, but I'm sure any Team Mystery fans aren't very happy to see that. Or this either. They're on to Mercury again. Mercury, he has no mana to play with. And eventually Dat BB might get the dunk off. Miscoil is there, a Phonic Shield, but now the egg is going to be out from Bombi. They're going to try and focus down. The call is there. It's not going to be quite enough, though. They'll get the egg, but a big dunk out from Dat BB. Going to be enough to kill off Wayne. And we'll end up in a 1-for-1 trade. But you can just see how much 496 are controlling the map right now. Ghost has got nowhere to farm, and that's going to be a really big issue.
Yeah, you're basically just stalling out for this Medusa to become big, and again, you need Manta, you need Ags, you need Ag Shard. That's a long way off for this Dusa. And you look at 496, they've been playing around with their item build. Dat BB rushed his Blink over Vanguard. He was very behind. The Blink's just allowing him to get into that good spot. You see Hong just playing in the triangle, clearing out all the stacks, and because there's no Blinks on Mystery's end, they can't jump in and punish that kind of greed. Like, they need that Blink desperately up on Xiao Yu, but he's still about 900 gold off. And until then, without the Blink on Centaur, without the Blink on your DK, you just don't have angles outside of Stampede. And even Mercury actually opts to rush the BKB over Blink. So just wants to stay alive a bit more, stand in front, get damage off, but you're not going to have that movement up.
I think he's really got no choice. And the matter is now, they found out Wayne. Borrowed time is going to be popped, but Drew will just wait it out. Should be another easy kill on the Abaddon. Eventually, as Drew is going to rush in. Mercury is around to try and help. Doppel, Drew, he won't go any further. Turns out it won't be such an easy kill. Thing is though, Mystery kind of had to rotate to make sure he doesn't die. And look at bot lane. Ghost, he's being stalked right now by Yassi. Yassi gonna get caught out underneath the sentry ward, but where does Ghost go? He's just gonna be stalked. As mid lane Xiao Yu will stampede away, but Yassi's not done. Ghost, underneath the tier 1, might be safe, and looks like that'll be enough. 496, they're still hanging around that die triangle. Never mind, Ghost is still being chased down by this next assassin into the egg now from Bombi. Do they have enough to lock him down? The call is out, but the Yule Scepter is going to save him from that call, and now Mystery, they'll try to turn this. But it turns out they can't. They can't really keep up, they can't lock anyone down, and it goes back to that same point you made, John. There are no blinks. So there is no way to stun anyone up on 496. Team Mystery, they are yet to really just leave this triangle.
No, they're just making it really hellish for Ghost to find farm. A bit of a misplay out from 496. I believe Yassi's Yules came out with the call, so they couldn't manage to get the follow-through stun from the egg there. But they still managed to get control. They bail out, and they're still poking Ghost. There's just no free spot for Ghost right now. Wants to farm bot because top is invaded. Can't really do that. Safe despite all the sentries on hand, and Drew just has all the space up top. Like, he's got the SNY with the defusal. This is a major spike for PL. I love that he actually went for the SNY over Manta. He knows that he doesn't really have anything to Manta dodge here. Like, maybe the silence from the Grimstroke, but even then you have enough that you can just melt that little insect in front of you anyway. So now with the SNY, with the Sange stat resist, with the additional HP, Drew's going to be harder to lock in if you can even catch him at all. And you're 8k up in 496, 18-6 at 17.5 minutes. Mystery, their outer towers are starting to fall. They need to find a way to force some of this punishment out. Like right now,
they're gonna try that BB. They're gonna try, but the Sunray is there, just healing up the Axe. He is healing so darn much. They are finally gonna get through him. But it took 5 heroes to get that kill. Luckily for Team Mystery, at least Medusa is the one to take it, so Ghost does get the gold for it. There's definitely a positive, but that net worth lead is still growing quite a bit here for 496, and it's still very hard to imagine being able to fight back up against this PL Leshrac when you're behind in so much gold. And Ghost at least is getting very close to that Aghanim Scepter now, so maybe that'll allow them to turn this game around. For now, at least, though, it's going to remain a bit of a struggle, unless maybe they get Bombi here on the Phoenix with the silence out. It should be enough, but even the Dragon's Hail, they'll find another. But here comes the rest of 496. That may be, he does miss the call, though. That's going to be enough.
Yeah, and you're seeing the difference here from Mystery. With a blink up on Xiao Yu, they can set up, they can look for angles. And it's starting to open up more opportunities for them to fight back. You have to worry a bit as well. Once the Ags is up for Ghost, you might still be able to take these fights outside of base, but the high ground is a different story. That's where Mystery can really stall this game out. And 496, they have to be careful about stalling the game out too long. They need to make some progress into that high ground base, because once this Medusa's geared up, well, you can stall the game out forever with that Mystic Snake.
Xiao Yu, very careful. They are slowly making their way in. In fact, never mind. They're going for a Roshan. I mean, why the hell not? It does feel like they still can't really fight into you. As 5 at least, and you can just rush the Roshan with the PL, with the Leshrac, with the Axe. And again, I don't think there's any way for Mystery to stop this. Like, I don't even think they know about it. So there's your scan out now, but it's going to be way too late. Hung will take the Aegis. Already got the Bloodstone up as well on the Lesh, and well, for Team Mystery now, you've got to kind of just sit back and see if you can counter-initiate, I think. 496 should slowly start moving in, and they do, onto Wayne, but there's your Hoop stopped out from Xiao Yu, but now that BB gets a very nice call off on the Centaur. Can they burst in time? Not quite. He will step. Oh, Yassi. What a great spike. Carapace out from Yassi. He abuses the stampede damage.
Is under attack.
And that'll be 2 down. Into the mid-tier 2 tower they go. And it just drops so darn fast. They might be able to go high ground.
Tower has fallen.
They're going to try. I mean, why the hell not?
They need to hurry. The Medusa Axe is going to come through. Once Ghost can join the defense, it can get a bit scary. So you need to get as much as possible with this Aegis. And with those 2 losses, with no Stampede up, it's going to be very hard for Mystery in the high ground here. Still no Blink and Mercury, so they're just kind of stuck clearing out the wave from afar.
Oh, they get the tier 3 and that'll be enough. No need to rush, they'll back off. Bit unfortunate there for Ghost, as he did just get that Aghanim Scepter up, and they are going to go for an immediate smoke up. 496 though, they'll have the high ground advantage, and it looks like Hung is about to run into a DD rune, but they are still going to try and rush in. Xiao Yu not going to land the Ink Swamp. And now with this DD, I think Hung wants to turn around. He will. Yule Scepter up onto Mercury with the split earth. They have so much control. There's your call in as well as that BB. He's got 2 of them. It's looking already very dangerous for Mysteries. They're still going to try and fight this one out, but there's your egg now from Bombi. Can they burst it down? It looks like they can. Mystery, they're off to a good start, but Hung comes back in after Ghost, trying to burn through the mana pool. The call out as well, but he does heal up quite effectively. Hung now dropping quite low, still has the Aegis. Meanwhile, Drew just cleaning up the back lines, goes into QWE. There's your dunk out from that BB into the Centaur. They'll find another. Can they find the Medusa? It looks like they can. Yassi, he's going to be around. Ghost has no mana left. And that's going to be a full team wipe out from 496 and a triple kill out for that BB and a GG call. They've had enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, they couldn't hit the spikes. I think that's a big one. They saw that they had a Medusa Axe. They immediately went for a smoke play. And they go out. It looks all right. It didn't look ideal. Ghost is way too far forward, I think. In that circumstance, you really want...
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, game one went really well for 496. You can see Team Mystery. They had to respect ban that Nyx. Like, there was so much coming out from Yassi. He was just setting up. Now, 496 have left the Medusa, so Team Mystery could still first pick that if they want to. They don't have to worry about the Nyx, which is kind of big. Like, a lot of that man burn was causing issues. They have left in the, say, Phoenix here, so there's still that potency, but Mystery opts for the Grimstroke instead. So they're saving that pocket Medusa pick for maybe down the line. It should be banned out by 496 as the game goes on, unless they kind of are just confident. And after game one, I wouldn't blame them for feeling confident against something like the Medusa. Still, with a Grimstroke starter for Mystery, they could still opt for the Centaur here, unless 496 takes it for themselves. Could be an option as well, but Grimstroke plus Centaur is a very stable combination to have. 496 are just going into the Snapfire for now. So they could also now go for Centaur as well. Very potent with the Cookie Stun combination coming through. And Snapfire is just really potent right now. Like, despite maybe a couple of players not, or a couple of teams not opting for the early Blightstone start, its laning is still really aggressive from Snapfire. It just allows you to set up early on. The kisses are really potent in team fights as well. You stand back, you spam the kisses out. You don't tend to see too many clockworks now. But there's no option for Nyx, so it's going to be a pretty easy time for you to just get that full channel off here.
Radiant's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to ban.
Time. Ten seconds.
Yeah, you know
remaining.
it's bad as a support when you'd prefer Tiny off, which we just don't really see. In fact, we haven't seen since, I want to say, BTS Pro Series 2, like a year ago. So it's been a long time for that offlane Tiny, but Tiny support's just not the best right now. I think we did see TNC pick it. I believe it was Boomy maybe playing it. But that is Boomy. He plays a super greedy 5 every single time. Basically a 4 anyway, I think, for Boomy. So if Mystery want to go that route, they're going to have to be ready to buy space for a Tiny, which is sometimes never ideal. And you have Ghost, who really soaks up a lot of farm. So there's not going to be too much space there for all the cores. Plus a Sport Tiny rushing Blink to really just sit back and build into the mid game. So we'll see what Mystery does opt to do. That should be the mid. I think Mercury has played it a couple of times. And it's still potent from mid. You still go for the Blink, but you tend to go for Echo Saber into, say, AC, and just kind of build on your right click at the shard. So the focus is still on the right click Tiny, but the Blink is a priority early on. Could still work out that way. You can see Mystery just target banning, take out the Phoenix Lush. 496 obviously taking out the Dusas. They don't really have the Nyx to play with anymore, so they're just not letting Ghost be comfy. There are a couple of options here for Ghost. I suppose the Luna could be a viable option for them if they want to go back into another Flash Farmer. For Ghost, he did get like a, what was it, 5 to 6k lead by the 15 to 20 minute mark last time we saw his Luna, so he plays it fantastically well. Mystery just really have to play around the constraints of a flash farming hero like that. Like, their other cores cannot be as greedy. You have to meet those blink timings to get your aggression out. Otherwise, your 2 cores will be really shafted just for that 1 hero.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it looks really fresh. I should have worn this when I had no water to hide that fact, you know, to look fresher. But now I wear it when there's no internet, so it's just very ill-timed, but yeah, very minty and refreshing. It's surprisingly not refreshing here, Mike. It's bloody hot. Really, really hot. Like, yesterday was actually nice and cool, but it is summer. And for you, it's fall, right? Like, it's fall time, so it's actually pretty cold. You look fairly... I mean, like, yesterday you looked pretty comfy. You had a nice little hoodie on. This time you've got the floral shirt on. I find that shirt interesting, because I'm seeing it as a still. It's floral, but it's also black and white. It's like, so it's not very flowery. It's an interesting kind of... yeah. Yeah, exactly it. Exactly it. 3 cheers for sweet revenge and all of that, you know? Look at that. Oh, yeah.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Clockwork.
What do you mean? Really? Really? Oh, man, it's so weird. Here in Southeast Asia, everyone was just into it. You know, everyone's into My Chemical Romance. Everyone liked, what was it? Taking Back Sunday, Make Damn Sure. In the Philippines, we liked stuff like Urban Dub, if you guys know that. I'm a big Urban Dub and Typecast fan. Still am. Still an emo boy at heart. But what else is very strong and strong to the heart here as well? 496 taking the Clockwork. So Clockwork Snap, Hook Shot. Hey, let me have it. The hook shot into cogs for the kisses is really nice. For 496, we have seen Yasi actually play a really mean clock and Bombi as well. So there's a lot of flexibility in what lane to go with Clockwork here. And it's just such a stable combination. Hookshot, kisses from far, nothing to break that combo from Mystery. And they do go with Mirana here from Mystery's end, which is pretty nice. It gives you some angles to arrow the snap while kisses are flying out. Not the most reliable stun, and 496 do get something to kind of keep that from being a nuisance. Bloodseeker's out, so you've got Blood Right, you've got Rupture to stop your Mirana. Even the Tiny's not going to be able to jump out. The one thing for Mystery right now is lack of hard stuns. I mean, they have Avalanche, that's probably their best bet, but you're going to need the blink timing that Tiny. Otherwise, it can be hard to really fully lock in these heroes. Mystery do go into the Lifestealer, which is pretty nice. You've got some natural vehicles, and say Tiny once it blinks up. You can ride a Mirana as well if need be. The Ag Shard and X are pretty interesting for Lifestealer as well, and Lifestealer versus Bloodseeker in lane is not too bad for Lifestealer. It's a melee lane. Bloodseeker can't fully bully you out, but you have to worry about Blood Right and all of that. There is aggression here as well. Lifestealer plus Grimstroke means Inkswell plus running up. Lots of good damage can fly through there. So there is some potential for early aggression. I don't think you're going to really push that top lane all too much, that bot lane all too much from Team Mystery.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Yeah, we've seen Drew play it a lot on that safe lane before. It should allow for, you know, a much better mid here coming out for Hung. I think that's going to be key. It's fairly selfless from center Bloodseeker, especially the Bloodseeker center will need a blink, but that does mean your mid laner can be maybe a bit more farm oriented here, a bit more of your actual hardcore. What would fit? TA against Tiny sounds like it could be okay if you want to go that route for Hung. Could pop out. We saw a lot of people talking about Ags. I'm not sure why the panel was very surprised about Ags. We've seen that a lot from some Southeast Asian teams and from China. Huh? Oh yeah, they were talking about it yesterday, I believe, on the Upper Div panel. I was like, but this was something China was doing a year ago. You know, it's like the Ninja TA, Naruto TA, just really nice to have for split push. Mystery, do you go with the LC? So it is looking like our mid Tiny, LC off. Should be able to hold the lane fine in that off lane up against a safe lane Bloodseeker. That should be manageable. You can kind of sustain through. You don't really have an aggressive combo there for the LC though. Like LC Mirana is fairly passive. You do have the Blink Inkswell dual combo. So again, another hero that's going to need some blink timings unless you just play with a toss from your Tiny, like tossing back to the LC or tossing the LC in with the Inkswell. Either one could work here. You also have the potential for double duel, so you're going to hold 2 heroes down through BKB. That is really strong, but that's something that gets emphasized towards the late game. Early on, it can be a bit detrimental for the LC if the damage output's not quite there. So 496, still need that mid. I think TA could still be decent here if they want it. Not much to really burst through it. Honestly, again, I don't have predictions in the Philippines. It's blocked in the Philippines and Singapore, which is funny because Singapore is where I was living before as well. Literally everywhere else in C. Anyone else from C could start these predictions for you, Mike. I literally can't. I don't know why. I'm going to lean towards 496 again. I think they've got some early spikes to play with here. They will be playing to their aggressive strengths once more. Mystery does have a little bit of an earlier timer compared to the Medusa. Like Ghost could opt for Maelstrom, SNY here, and you're going to be pretty set in the Life Sealer to start going. Key timings for Mystery for momentum is Mercury's Blink and the blink here on Xiao Yu. You want to be able to jump in with the Tiny and the LC, play around with that. I just worry about their lanes. Lifestealer +1 never feels strong, and LC plus Clockwork. They've got Snapfire. They've got a lot of early presence out with the Bloodseeker combo, with the Centaur combo. Like, those dual lanes are scary. Whereas for Mystery, it's a bit more reserved. So they're going to have to try to ride through this initial phase. And really down mid, we need to see Mercury step up, really get a lead over this Wind Ranger from Hong. But the issue is, you know, even if it's not a Bombi Wind Ranger, Hong plays an amazing Wind Ranger as well. So you're going to have to play with that range disadvantage, have to deal with the power shot spam. You might want to see an early rotation coming out here from your Mirana.
Yeah, well, we've got a break, by the way, John. Been very upset recently. I think you've been getting a bit too much attention from the viewers. People like you a bit too much, and it's upsetting me quite a bit. And I was talking to you about this before the series started overall, but they're calling us John and MLP now. And John, what happened to that? Why am I the second priority now?
I don't know. It makes sense alphabetically, right? J starts before PM in the alphabet, so
yeah,
maybe
I thought we were going based off talent, John.
I mean, it's usually the play-by-play first. I don't know, you know how chat is. Yeah, they can get a bit confused. I haven't bribed anyone.
Don't you, John?
I haven't gifted subs yet. Not yet. You know?
I won't eat you, dear, but more.
Don't lie to me, John. I know you'll never give subs. You're too much of a tight ass for that. Yassi gonna run up to the high ground. Wayne, Xiao Yu, they're all waiting, but Yassi's gonna run to the right.
Oh, beautiful.
This is a nice ward. Yeah, but it is gonna be scouted. You saw the pings out immediately. Get him, Ghost. He's gonna run up. I think they'll just be happy with the D ward. Yassi couldn't get in range to get the deny off. That'll be enough.
30 seconds
And
to
no
battle.
first blood coming through. You do see that the other ward for 496 was actually lined up by the rune anyway. So they're still kind of protected in mid. A lot of ward emphasis on mid. Even Mystery planting 2 wards by the power and in spot in that mid lane. So a bit deeply invested. This should open up side lane rotations because you lack vision. At least in terms of being aggressive on their supports here.
Yassi gets a tip.
The
Ghost and Yassi just kind of dancing around with each other for a moment as the bounty runes are going to spawn up, and looks like it should be a... wait a minute. A 4 for 0? What?
Oh, yeah, that's a bit sneaky. Drew went into the back. I kind of expected it coming through from that BB. He let off the creep stomp at the perfect time. And this is where some of those issues with Mystery's draft starts to line up again. Like, they don't have much hard stuns early on. You're not going to opt for Inkswell early on. I mean, you could on Wayne, but it's a delayed stun. Avalanche is not something you want to start the lane with for a tiny, so just easier for them to secure that start for 496. They're going to feel good. See the lanes break out. Drew up top on the Bloodseeker, solo for now. He does have the movement coming out from Bombi. So you can kind of play around with Cookie into Bloodright. That could be a bit scary for Xiao Yu. You have to watch that spacing. Xiao Yu, for his part, has the overwhelming odds, has QWE around with the arrow to clear out the range creep. It's a bit more passive here for Mystery. If you can land a good arrow and keep bullying with overwhelming, that can work. But every missed arrow just means that Bombi's gonna stand in front, trade. He is going for the Scatter Blast build, not opting for the little Shredder. But again, with a Bloodseeker, this is preferable. You just want to line up the nukes once you get Snap Cookie into the Bloodright. You just want to burst them down ASAP anyway.
Yeah, I suppose so, right? Like, you have so much magic damage, and the Scatter Blast does do quite a bit of damage as the levels do go up, but we'll see how it does pan out. Of course, in the mid lane, you've got Mercury there up against Hung Hung, and it should be a rather even kind of trading lane. Of course, Hung can harass out Mercury quite a bit, but ultimately, I think Mercury should be just fine to keep his own CS up, and it's probably going to be one of those lanes where it is about those runes spawning up and who does get what. You can see both sides have queued up a bottle. Hung already has his, and Mercury just about to have enough gold for his own. It's like Hung is going to be able to at least get one water rune for himself, though, early on, and Mercury might just have to wait a little bit for his own bottle. But top lane, Drew does manage to get the first blood. QWE, he tried to leap away into the corner of the map. Does not work out for him.
And it's that pretty big spike for that top lane. Like, level 2 up, Bloodright and Cookie in play. There's just a lot of magic damage here, and Xiao Yu can't really help you. Doesn't even opt for press the attack to burst, or to clear out that silence, so really have to watch how you trade in that top lane there.
Xiao Yu is copying so much damage here. Drew chase him down a little bit, and already this off lane for Mystery looking very, very rough. Of course, the one lane we haven't talked about yet, the bot lane, will see DapBB and Yassi up against Wayne and Ghost. But now Ghost having a decent enough time. I suppose up against the Centaur, you can't really harass him out too much because he will have the Retaliate. I had to look back up top lane because everyone is dropping so darn low. Ghost actually dies. In fact, he might just, and does. QWE, a nice leap in, and he gets the right clicks off. Drew had no Fairy Fires available and couldn't really heal up. Yeah, very impactful kill though for Mystery.
Yeah, it's an important one for them to find. They need to get some grip back in that top lane, so they managed to balance out the kill board, slow down Drew just a tad bit more, which is great news because the bot lane, Ghost is having a pretty good time already.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
That BB.
Like a drunk sailor.
He's gone. Look at the slow, John. He's got the Orb of Venom up, plus the slow from himself, and well, Yassi's going to come in for a very nice cogs. He'll get Wayne at least, and he can even go for a chase onto Ghost. I don't think he'll quite have enough to kill him off, though. Meanwhile, top lane, Xiao Yu does get Bombi again.
They're just gotta be cautious about the arrow angles coming through from QWE, and once you run out of mana on the snap, it can feel a bit awkward, so gonna need a reset anyway. Good kills from Misterito, again, stabilizing their lanes a little bit more. And they are starting to open up the map a bit. Like that BB's having a slower start. Lifestealer versus Centaur is kind of back and forth, but you've got this Inkswell combo with Wayne. You can just play with that aggression, run up with the slows, and take control from there. It is something that BB's going to have to respect. The mid lane is still really even between Hung and Mercury. That's just going to be an even power spike coming through, although up top, Bomb just playing tag with QWE.
He's still going to be careful though. The arrow won't connect this time around, and Xiao Yu, he was a bit low on HP. You do have to be a little bit cautious about the initiation onto that Mirana.
It's sinking.
Free lane, at least for now, has seemingly stabilized for a bit. So everyone just chilling out, getting some CS. Neither mid laner really wants to move right now. They just want to keep farming up as Bombi tries to go for a bit of a cookie there onto the Mirana again, but we'll see QWE just kind of leap away and go and stack up some neutral camps for his team.
An easy shot.
Yeah, we are in that bit of a quiet period where everyone just wants to CS, and it may be a minute or two before we see some more kills come out between these two teams. Never mind, I jinxed it. Xiao Yu, he's gone. I'm gonna pretend I did that on purpose, John, because it happens every time.
Yeah, perfect timing there, Mike. Impeccable, and Drew can be able to compensate for it. There's a couple of deaths given out. Still fairly happy about the game state. I'm starting to wonder a bit as to why they're running the Clockwork 4 here. I feel like
Mercury.
Clock 5.
Oh, Hung, no. He had the focus fire out. He was trying to dive Mercury underneath the T1 tower, and he did have the wind run, but Mercury just threw the tree at him. QWE was there with the Starfall, and well, unfortunately for Hung, that was enough. Meanwhile, top lane, Xiao Yu, he chased down with the Scatter Blast to silence him up, but he got to press the attack off back into Bombi. Drew, does he really want to chase him past the T1 tower? Apparently the answer might be yes. Drew is running very, very quick right now, but Xiao Yu is going to run around in circles, and it might just be enough. In fact, never mind. Drew will eventually be able to pick up the kill. No sweat here from Drew as Yassi even dropping a Mercury apparently. Nice little rotation out from our Tiny.
Yep, he's starting to build up here. He's hitting his level spikes, level 7 up. So you've got max avalanche, 2 levels in the toss, a lot of damage in that combination coming through. Have to watch yourself. Again, the reason these lanes are a bit awkward for 496 is because they're running Bloodseeker Snap over Bloodseeker Clock. I think Bloodseeker Clock might be a bit easier to pull off. You come in, cogs into Blood Ride. Sure, it's not going to lock into Mirana as stably, but it locks in the LC just fine. Rupture's out, though.
That it is. QWE can't run away from that. We'll say thank you very much and takes another kill on the Bloodseeker. That's going to be the big difference as well between the Bloodseeker and, say, the Lifestealer on Team Mystery, is you could just fight so much earlier on with this hero. And well, for the Lifestealer, we've seen it a couple times, but it definitely needs a couple of core items before it can do anything. That could be detrimental for Team Mystery if the farm goes too well for Drew.
Yeah, it's still gonna have to come through here for Ghost. Like they are buying time. This is pretty much a free lane for the Lifestealer. So Drew, he may be finding these kills, but he's not quite finding last hits. But he is still in the lead, which is great news. Has his jab up.
Power shot did not land on Wayne there. Hung just barely missing out. Yassi gonna have to run as Xiao Yu now runs in, but doesn't have that level 6 yet. Nice shackles, but another missed power shot. Wayne, he will finally go down to the focus fire. It'll cost them Yassi, however. So now Drew will try and chase down Xiao Yu. It's gonna be about it. Or is it 496 looking for a bit of a turn? Xiao Yu. Nah, it looks like he's gonna be alright. At least for now. But here comes the surround. Hung, he's not done yet. There's your rupture out. Arrow will not connect on Drew either. Xiao Yu is going to try and fight, but it looks like he is eventually going to die as now QWE is trying to run away, but Bombi is on the chase. QWE does have 3 leap charges, so it'll be just fine. Still, you lost that LC, and that's not going to feel very good at all if you're Team Mystery.
It's another kill coming out for Drew. He's going to be feeling very glad. Again, he's got this major spike in the Bloodseeker. With that Javelin up, he hits very, very hard if he gets to focus you down. And Hung also picks up his jab. Still, They are making a move up top for Mystery. Mercury's around now. He does have an Arcane up as well.
You're still not level 6 though, so you can't really go for the duel. You'd love to hit that 6 timing beforehand, but they're going to go in with the Inkswell out on Wayne, straight on to Drew, but a nice cookie away might be enough, but no. The stun still lands. Bombi is going to try and turn now with that BB, but another toss back. So that BB this time around as Hung now will rotate in with the focus fire, but the Avalanche is out into the shackles with the press the attack. Gonna save the day for now as Mercury will keep running away. They even found Bombi. Now you duel out. Do they have enough damage? Not quite, but eventually Hung will drop, and that BB, he is not going to be safe either. They'll find another. 4 going down for 496 at this top lane. Some really nice kiting out from Team Mystery, and it's not going to feel very good at all for 496.
Drew.
Down Xiao Yu, Wayne. To try and run, Bombi has the cookie but can't reach. Still 4 heroes going down, and eventually you do kill off Xiao Yu, but still a pretty big bonus for the side of Team Mystery.
They're going to be very happy about that. A lot of kills coming out onto Mercury. We talked about the Tiny having to pick up the pace, and he certainly is. Like, it's shaping up nicely. The blink is up now at the 10-minute mark. So he's going to be able to gap close, to keep being disruptive. Every single time he tosses back that BB, you miss out on your stun on 496. Although they can kind of compensate for that now. They've got the hook ready on Yassi. You can look for a play.
Ghost has been caught out. Nice hook shot in from Yassi with the Conks pushback, and they will not allow the Infest away. Very well played there from 496, and that's the big one you want to find. Kill the Lifestealer now, you may as well get it done, while Mercury, over in the mid-river, does manage to catch out Bombi in the Snapfire. Poor old Bombi. Well, he has the tomb in his inventory, but he's still level 5. When he does respawn, he will be able to just pop the tomb and hit level 6, and well, with that you will have the kisses up, so you can start kind of abusing that for your side. You might need to, because Mystery, they are going to start the T1 push at the top lane.
They've got Mercury around. He can do a good amount of damage here. They've got the dual threat ready to go on that LC as well. They can innovate that jungle a bit. They've got some good forward wards, and the smoke is out here from 496, but that might have been under vision.
Wayne, nice shadow, might just save the day for him. Yassi still trying to keep a lookout for somebody to hook shot.
Tower is under attack.
Now going to start moving up. 2 sentry wards on the high ground apparently there. Fair enough. Inkswell is in. Mercury, nice avalanche toss will burst down Yassi. Stampede even popped from 496, and now they'll try and turn onto Ghost. Shackle won't land. Still, they get the Soulbind into the double silence, so they are right on top of Drew with a nice toss out, and now the double jewel is there. Kill 1, Hung. He will be the second. 496 really just dropping like flies right now as Mystery will go for another right onto Bombi, but Bombi, you're right, as that BB now will turn back around on the Centaur, and they might try to turn. How far can you really push this? Xiao Yu, he will turn back around. Here comes Yassi though, but Mercury, nice avalanche toss into the arrow. That'll be a Centaur gone. They might kill Xiao Yu, or maybe not, he's still alive. But the cookie and the right click will be enough from Yassi. Still, it seems like 496 are losing a lot more than they're gaining in these engagements. Team Mystery should be quite satisfied with all the kills they are finding.
Yeah, and the key thing for 496 right now is they've got to respect the burst damage coming out from that Tiny. Mercury, every single time he catches someone out, it's going to be an easy kill. You're seeing the Soulbind combinations cause a lot of issues. The tosses around are keeping them in a really confused state. The double duel just holds 2 big cores down. You can't afford that right now on the side of 496.
Tried to go onto Ghost there, but without the hook shot. Very hard to set up before the rage comes out, and now Ghost with the Inkswell is going to turn right back around onto that Clockwork, and Mercury, he'll come in and secure the kill. That's easy kill for the Tiny, and while you do still have Drew farming the best on the map, Mystery just able to find every single kill they could ask for. In fact, they might even find another now. Bombi, mid lane, Inkswell not gonna land, but Mercury, he'll have the avalanche soon, and never mind that. You've got the toss out from Xiao Yu. Bit more dual damage up for the LC, and 496. And they've got to get get it together in this game too, John. They are falling behind.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're really starting to lag behind here. They are starting to build some items up. The Maelstrom's finally up on Hung Hung, so you can do a little bit more damage to the focus.
Let's push back, move stop, and rough shot. All to make sure they do get QWE, but you kind of see how much they have to commit. And that's going to be very problematic. Like, you're committing hookshot, stampede, and rough shot to kill off the support Marana. It's never going to feel good.
Is under attack.
No, it's a lot to throw out. There's some pretty long cooldowns, something that Mystery can use. They don't really have cooldowns. Mercury just needs the avalanche toss ready. They can keep bursting heroes down.
Oh, Yassi gonna get caught out again by Mercury, but it looks like it won't quite be enough damage as now they'll try to turn. That BB is in, but the Soulbind is gonna lock him down along with Bombi. And the Moonlight Shadow just gonna allow him to run. Where's the dust?
This will come back.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising for 4
Xiao Yu? Yeah, he's got the Blade Mail up. Starfall, not going to be quite enough. Yassi, he is going to survive for at least now, but eventually Mercury will be able to blink in. They'll secure the kill, and well, Mystery, of course, going to move right into that mid-tier 1 tower now. It's going to be very hard for 496 to even try to defend this.
Yeah, they've got no choice. It looks like they're just going to surrender it for now. They really want to play with their Snap Kisses combo with the Clockwork, but every single time you're forced to put that clock up front, and Mystery just they just keep finding more openings. Like, they know heroes are down, they're on the back foot, they're going to try to go for the high ground. They've got the Blink Infest combo, and no one's going to live through that first damage.
Yeah, Bobby's gone. Avalanche toss out. Another nice skill there from Mercury, and now they'll chase for more. Xiao Yu doesn't have a blink yet. Hookshot is going to be back the way of the tiny Hung. Is going to try and deal with Mercury before the team fight starts, and it looks like they will be able to secure him as they even found Wayne now. 496, they'll go for a bit more. They don't have that rupture though. Hung, you get the cookie. Shackle attempt, not going to really land. Definitely a nice try. That might just be it. 496, they can't really hold anyone else down. Yassi's trying to catch up to Xiao Yu. Cogs might actually reach now. Xiao Yu, he's going to be alright, but no, they found Ghost. And now the Cogs out with the jewel out. Xiao Yu. Bit of a panic jewel there, John.
Middle tower is under attack.
I mean, we've all done it. I can confidently say that every LC player's done that once upon a time, but it seemed like a kind of an obvious non-dual target.
Yeah, it's not too bad losing the duel, I guess. Yassi gets 10 damage, whoop-de-doo, 10 damage on a clock. Not really amazing, but you do have to be cautious about that, as suddenly 496 has a 3k lead. So even though they were dropping a couple of his team fights earlier on, they're starting to find their position here. They've got the blink on that BB, and we know every single time these teams that have these blink timings to play with, once they have one of those blinks, it feels a lot easier to play. So we can see 496 maybe line up for the kisses used from Bombi. Still haven't seen the biggest kisses yet, but side of Mystery are smoked up, trying to go into triangle again.
Well, they'll find Bombi. Now, the thing is, they've killed Bombi that many times now. I just don't know how worth it is. They'll have to accept the kill. Bombi realizes what's going on, but the Avalanche tossback is going to be there, but a nice stampede now as Drew is going to meet halfway. There's Immortimus Kisses, but a very nice arrow out from QWE is going to lock Drew down. They still want the rupture out, but again, you have that dust problem, John. Where's the dust? Bombi has one, but he can't reach them. Mercury going to move back in now with the Avalanche toss and the Inkswell, and it will be enough. Drew is going to drop. 496 going to be forced to back. There's a smoke out now.
They smell?
Yassi, he's got a dust and hook shot. Moonlight Shadow already gone though. Who do you aim for? Mercury. Looks like he's going to be targeted. And you burst him down. That BB jumps in for the stun, and now the power shot into the focus fire. But you might lose your Centaur first, and now the Avalanche toss on Hung. It won't be enough to kill off the Wind Ranger, but they'll chase her down with the arrow out. Hung find a way out. Not quite. Still just, it's not worth it whatsoever for 496. Team Mystery continue to win out these team fights.
before these two fights broke out, so it's just kind of equalizing back off those losses. I think the one thing that Team Mystery is probably not doing as good as they were last time is Ghost isn't flash farming as much, and the rest of his cores aren't farming either, so you're not seeing Ghost actually take over the lead in any way. He's lagging behind Drew, he's lagging behind Hung. It's the nature of Lifestealer, it's just not a great flash farmer. That's something they're going to have to consider. These fights need to work out a lot more cleanly for Mystery, and they need to transition that into objectives. Like, they've been winning the last few fights. They haven't taken that top tier 2, they haven't taken the mid tier 2, they haven't taken Roche. Those map objectives there after these fights to really line it up and start to work out towards the end of the game. You know, you start eyeing the high ground, you start eyeing the ancient, which is what the game's all about. You need to find something else beyond just team fight wins. It needs to give you something on the map as well.
Absolutely. Drew is still going to be a big problem on this bot seeker with the way he's farming up. Ghost is trying his best. It's just so much more of a slow process here for the Lifestealer. No farming tool either. Like, he didn't go for any kind of farming item. Pretty standard, I suppose, in the Lifestealer, but
top tower is about
does feel
to
kind
take the plunge.
of slow.
Shadows take
Mercury, I guess he's been the damage output anyway, the Mystery, so they haven't really needed that Lifestealer to be ready to
Dire's
fight.
top tower is under attack.
Speaking of Mercury, by the way, with the Moonlight Shadow, he's going to have a look around on this Tiny. Going to be around that mid lane, but you've got 496 slowly making their way over. Mercury, as soon as he sees that rocket flare, is going to back off. But 496 now, they've got a BKB on Hung, and that might be about the time to start smoking up and going again. That'll be about it. Bombi's got one. In fact, he's got two. So trying to abuse the BKB. And Hung's main issue has been the avalanche toss flying out from Mercury. BKB should kind of solve that issue. Oh, Yassi's going to try and bait for the team. Xiao Yu going to jump in for the dual attempt at BB. He's going to be there with the hoof stomp. They will still kill off Yassi. Now the kiss is flying, and Hung is going to rush in with the focus fire onto Ghost. Just continues chasing him down. Ghost, he is trying to run away, but the damage output will just slowly trickle away at him, and he will die. Into more, they even found the LC. Wayne, he's going to try and survive, but of course Drew is going to chase him down along with Yassi, and that should be a Grimstroke gone. On top of that, they even found the Mirana. The only person to survive was Mercury, and he'll have the pleasure of seeing 496 start the Roshan.
Yeah, he could try to make a sneaky play here. The BKB's down for a bit longer, so he could go for a well-timed Blink Avalanche and Steal the Aegis. Issue is that's a very tight timer he's going to have to play with.
It's very, very tough, and Yassi is right, and he's not going to allow it. He will force the toss out at the Avalanche, and Mercury now is going to be focus fired down. Hung, just with the Maelstrom and the Shackle shot, is going to be more than enough. Even Drew just takes the kill on the Bloodseeker. They will move back into that Roshan now, and Team Mystery, they are still posturing, but Xiao Yu again going to be blocked up by Yassi. This time they will finish off the Roshan Shackle, not going to latch, they'll get the clockwork. But Yassi's going to be very happy with that. That was his job as the clockwork, is to block the angle, block the pathway to the Roshan pit, and he does a great job of it.
You're pretty much worthwhile trade. You already found a Tiny beforehand, so you kind of already got value from your clockwork standing up in front. Team Mystery now have to be a bit cautious. 496 maintained the 3k lead up. The BKB from Hung means that all the damage coming through from the Tiny, which is really your main source right now, just disappears, as you mentioned, right? Like, our Lifestealer's not quite ready to burst heroes down, working on the MKB next to maybe focus on that Wind Ranger. Pause. But the damage output on non-strength heroes for the Lifestealer just doesn't feel great. It's gonna be a while until that does feel great. Now, one thing I kind of had a thought about, right? Like, it's Tiny. Remember the old Ag Shard, which was just craggy, right? It was just basically craggy. I think in this game against a Wind Ranger, you'd actually prefer that right now. Just because once Hung focus fires you with craggy up, Hung's gonna kill himself. 100%. I have experienced that. It's such a busted. It was so boring as a spell, but also so annoying towards late game because you couldn't do anything about it. You focus amazing. Tiny, he's so tanky, and then you just get craggy and like, oh well, here I go. I guess I'm dead. Sorry guys.
It was that and backtrack I used to enjoy.
Oh, you filthy
you think of
man.
somebody in the backtrack.
You disgust me. Jeez, Mike. Oh, disgust.
You're a Lion player, John, so I'm sure you would be quite disgusted. I'm sure you've had the experience. Wayne, being chased down now. Shackle is going to latch very nicely from Hung. God, I hate this hero so much, Hung. We'll get another kill. Into the die jungle they go. Xiao Yu now being caught out with the stun from that BB, and he's going to try and BKB and run. In fact, no, it was the shard. It won't matter though. Xiao Yu, he's been ruptured up and eventually will die. Meanwhile, Yassi will go for the chase onto QWE. The battery assault will not reach. His QWE does manage to get himself out, but you could really feel the momentum swing now for 496, and of course for Team Mystery. I don't really know what they have to do, but it does feel like they are just going to kind of have to wait out the power spike of 496 and maybe just get a bit more farm up on Ghost.
Trying to bring down
Even then though, up against the Wind Ranger and a Bloodseeker, it could still be a very hard ask for Ghost to be able to carry this game on a Lifestealer.
Big issue for the Lifestealer down the line is kiting. Like, he's a melee hero up against Wind Ranger. That's already not great because it's melee against range, and Wind Ranger is very mobile as well for a ranged hero. With that Wind Run, very hard to catch out. So even with an MKB, you still have to gap close and somehow lock her in. That's going to be down to your teammates there. You also need to see Mercury get a BKB up and then pivot into that Ags Shard right-click build. Like, the Tiny has to be ready to take this one a bit longer. And we're not seeing that farm priority come through for Mercury. It's still mainly going on to Ghost. You can see Drew still being on top of everyone else by virtue of just having Maelstrom. Like, Bloodseeker can kind of farm nicely with Bloodright. It's really just because Drew went for Maelstrom first, and he's kind of made really good use of it in every single spot he's been farming at. They're clearing out that top tier 2 next. Mystery just kind of shoving in the bot lane. Not going to be something that bothers 496. And now there's a Basher on Drew, so the memes about Bloodseeker just having people TP out, it's not going to happen.
Oh, look at this. They've got Mercury. That BB in with the follow-up stun, and Mercury, he just cannot survive the damage output from Hung. Mid lane, he's going to be a duel out. They've caught Drew, but he has no help. Rupture out now. He's going to try and TP out of there, and Drew, he had the Basher in the backpack. Oh, both teams making a bit of a mistake there, or rather both players. Nevertheless, sure Drew will be just happy to survive, but what a hook shot out. Yassi catching out QWE behind the tier 2 tower, and he's going to try and run. BKB out from Xiao Yu with the press the attack, going to save the day.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Hung though, he's not done. Shackle to be avoided. Wayne on the high ground, going to try and run from this focus fire, and is going to be able to. At least for now. That'll be it. 496, they've seen enough, they'll back.
Blaze here.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Pretty successful defense for Mystery on that mid tier 2. I don't think they're going to mind too much. The side of 496. They don't have too much time left to play the Aegis. It's going to expire, so you have to be a bit cautious about how far forward Drew is in this next fight. Should expire right before the fight, though, so you're still going to be fine. There it is. Drew gets a reset, so they're going to be aware of it. They could wait for the next Roche. They're going to be taking this bot tier 2 quite smoothly with that BD as long as Cops Tower.
Nice hook shot. Yassi into the shackle. I love to see this coordination out from 496. This is something we used to see a lot from them last year in the BTS Pro Series, and before the DPC started, 496 were really kind of getting on the board as a team, and I do have to admit it's kind of sad to see them in the lower division right now, but I'm sure slowly but surely they'll make their way back over and make it to the upper division eventually. Still, of course, they have to get through Team Mystery first, who are still well and truly in this game. You look at Ghost, he's just trying to catch up and farm, trying to get that MKB up. It's still just going to be a bit more time. In fact, never mind, he's got it.
Yeah. It's a good spike. They need to play with their Infest combo once more here. I think that's what's been lacking from the side of Mystery. Like, we haven't seen too much Blink Dual Inkswell, Blink Dual Inkswell Infest. It just needs to come out. Like, if you can just lock one here in, build the damage out, get the 4v5 after, you're going to feel pretty darn good inside of Mystery, as long as you find that opening. 496 has been disciplined enough to mainly stay as 4 or 5, so there's not many solo heroes they can punish. and that just makes it much more difficult to find those angles, but they'll try. They do infest up and smoke up as well.
Absolutely.
Dire scanning
Three,
for
gonna move in.
enemy.
Xiao Yu with the infest. Needs a very nice dual target for himself, and well, they're gonna make their way over across the river. Unless they run into Bombi, but again, that's not really the kill you want. Bombi is going to show himself on the map as well very soon, and it looks like Mystery is just going to take the easy kill. Bombi, TP attempt. Oh, Mercury, the fog. He can't see him. Now mid lane, Yassi gets the hook shot off into the shackle shot of Hung. And the leap works against QWE in the end, as I don't believe Hung would have landed the shackle had he not leaped away. So a bit unfortunate there for QWE. Now DatBB finding a very important stun off. How does he even get that? Focus fire around onto the LC. Ghost here is trying to fight up against the Wind Ranger and will get hung. It's a massive start for Mystery, but Ghost is completely surrounded now. They are trying to help, but they just can't do it. Mercury, he needs to run. Drew, meanwhile, going to chase down Wayne. We'll find another. And now, Bombi, he has got the Tiny in his hands. It's going to be a full team wipe.
Blood.
Mystery just could not fight back.
Radiant's middle tower can't
And at
handle
least,
this daily.
I suppose they got hung on the Wind Ranger with that MKB up, but that's about all they got.
Radiant's middle
Yeah,
tower.
it's not enough. Like, you lose a lot of big heroes. You only save your Mirana. The mid-tier 2 does fall to the high ground's opened. You have some major spikes flying out from 496. Ag Scepter up on that BB. So you've got the damage reduction on the Stampede now, and we've got the free padding as well. Gonna be even harder to take this next fight once the respawns are up. They do have the fortify. They can scare off 496 for now. Roshan still about a minute off. They're not going to be able to just cleanly go into the Roche. There's some good wards here from Mystery as well to watch his movement out. They are kind of safe to wait for the respawns, look for a different approach once more. But you're seeing the problems with Lifestealer. Like, you saw our Lifestealer just try to man up against our Bloodseeker one-on-one for a while. It was just a pure 1v1, and the damage output's not great. Like, the issue with Lifestealer is that Feast is physical damage. Drew has 33 armor, so you're not going to be ripping through that EHP anytime soon, despite Drew being a strength hero, or having a lot of strength in this hero as well. And the Feast just, it scaled so weird. Like, you have to drop armor, so you need, say, a Desolator and an Assault Cuirass, but we're not seeing Ghost itemized that way, because he can't. He has to go for the MKB, he has to get the Basher for control. It's a long way until his damage output starts to build up, and that's just something 496 is really abusing quite nicely.
That they are. 196, they're going to group up. Lincoln Sphere now coming out on Hung, and that might be Q to smoke again. And they will immediately. It's going to make it a lot harder to catch Hung now, because you can't really duel him straight off the bat. You need to break the Lincoln somehow. WE, he is going to break the smoke, but they are in with a shackle shot right onto Ghost. Must press the attack, but no! A big hoop stop in from our Centaur. And they are going to melt Wayne and Xiao Yu into another. There goes Ghost.
I won't celebrate the end of such a pity.
That BB, he's been landing some very nice stuns in this game, and for 496, they're onto the high ground. There's no buybacks. This game's looking very over. It might just be time to call it, honestly. It's very hard to see them coming back.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to hold out on. They're going to lose at least 2 sets of racks, probably just all of them. And 496, there's just nothing to stop them. Their cooldowns are so short, Stampede's up. By the time your Lifestealer's back up, Focus Fire's already back up. Yassi's just flying around with Jetpack, cutting him off, and there's just no angle. Like, they need a Lifestealer infest to take this defense, so they just have to wait the full half minute here.
Wish Ice Frog would buff that Jetpack shot. Doesn't feel great. Feels alright. Never see anyone buying it. Bit sad.
Yeah, I think we see it every now and again on the Clockworks every time they're up. It's like, it's nice, it's mobility, you can reline yourself up for the hook, so it has some utility. I think the move speed needs a buff. Still, Roche being taken out. This is Roche number 2, Aegis Cheese plus Ag Shard. So the freebie Shard coming out. Wonder who takes it. You already have one on Drew. Maybe Hung. I do love the power shot. Power shot with the Cleavel though.
I love what Yassi's doing. He's just flying around, getting vision over the triangle by himself, and what you love to see from Clockworks. You don't need to be in the Roshan pit in case you are listening as a Clockwork player. Be out in the triangle, watch the angles, make sure nobody gets in the pit from the enemy side, and the team will be much happier with you, I'm sure. Nice hook shot in as well. Yassi right into the Grimstroke. Does go for the Cogs pushback though. Still, there is a spin out. That BB going to be right in. Mercury going to try and run, but they got the rupture out from Drew. He cannot run away from this. He will try to fight. It's going to be no good as Yassi. He will just keep flying in. And Hung apparently just kills Xiao Yu. Now he's going to try and run from Ghost. Nice blink away. Ghost going to be careful. There's a focus fire out. Hung. He's going to kite him around Ghost. He's going to try and run, but the shackle is out. It looks like they might even lose their pos 1. Ghost wasn't even there. That's it. They called. They've had enough. 496. They were just too good of a team today, and well, unfortunately for Team Mystery, they will have to leave today 0-2 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's really well played from 496. They managed to basically punish Team Mystery's playstyle.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
It's them from Rodent's side. You asked about his fiance's name. It was Luna. Then Luna Lovegood was raised, so we devolved into Harry Potter. Had a nice conversation about it, and I love that Rodent's side agrees. Richard Harris was the best Dumbledore. Hands down. Michael Gambon tried his best. Those were big shoes to fill. He tried to take the character elsewhere. Never doesn't match Richard Harris. But, you know what does match up to expectations? This matchup, MG Trust up against Army Geniuses. #1 team right now. Yeah.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Oh.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Seconds.
Yeah, I've got to add, you got to
5
give Wami
seconds
some
remaining.
credit here. He is a fantastic Timbersaw player as well. We've seen it across the lower div. We've seen it in the OEDL Fall Invitational. His offlane Timb is something to behold as well. So they get a really strong comfort pick. I do have to worry about it into Lion and ET. Like, you take away the base magic res, it's going to be a bit squishier. The Hood of Defiance pipe is still going to help. But you have the Lion with the Earth Spike, with a Hex to keep that Timbersaw down. Have to worry about the Lotus Orb timing. Finger, once the Hood of Defiance is up, isn't going to do as much, but it's still really potent up against the Timbersaw. Bypasses all his strength
seconds
or all
remaining.
his bonus armor, so you can just still have a way to manage him down the line. Just have to see what MG Trust builds up off this Lion ET. Like, Lion ET is still potent. Again, magic res taken out does amp up your finger by quite a fair bit. And we have seen particularly the Ag Shard build from Lion just be really disruptive. That slow on multiple heroes is not fun for anyone. Like, the Timbersaw probably the least affected here, as you can just chain away. But if your man drains off, if you're playing on the edge, you might be stuck in the middle of a fight. So you have to watch your spacing here a bit. From AG's end, we have to see the Snapfire combo. Not much to lock in from the offlane, as you have the Timbersaw.
5
So you
seconds
can't see
remaining.
the Mars, you can't see the Centaur. That was banned as well. But we need to see something to maximize the kisses. Maybe a Clockwork 5 could work out here for AG. We have seen that in the last series coming out from Mystery and 496. Clockwork can set up with the cogs and the hookshot, so you can still play around that factor if you want the snap to be utilized for the kisses there. But Clockwork was banned out by MG Trust as well, so no option for that. It's going to be trickier to maximize the kisses, but if you can corral them in, get the slows off with your chalk arm, I suppose the kisses are still valuable there.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Faceless Void.
You know, like, yeah, like, believe corral is like when you're hurting. Yeah, it's I understand it. I just don't know if I'm getting the pronunciation. I believe it is corral. It's like when you herd animals into a pen, you kind of guide them. That's what it means. You corral them and you guide them into a spot where you want them to be in. So that's what you're going to have to do with a Snapfighter. That's the right usage, Mike, if my Merriam-Webster definition is right, which I believe it is. You bully. You bully. Just because I'm Filipino and I don't English too good.
Radiant's turn to
Yeah?
pick.
Enchantress.
Yeah, you know where we could start? We could start with Ignition, Mike. You could sing that first line right now. The chat would love it. It's let me tell you, if you say that first line, it's already the first.
10 seconds.
I can't get over it. I just think about that song and
5 seconds remaining.
it's not a very polite song, let me tell you. Still, draft continues. MG Trust do go into the Void. So we see the Faceless Void come through. Faceless Void ET is pretty darn nice. Right, like you get the Chrono off, you get the Earth Splitter off. It is a lot of damage coming through. You don't have natural Void counters here. You could argue Snapfire Kisses into the Chrono is one way to prevent the Void from maximizing his Chrono, but it can go a bit back and forth. If the Void jumps the back line, which is pretty much what you want to do anyway, you're not going to be able to use that spell. So there is some spacing issues there. The Void is going to have to watch out for. AG go into the Enchantress for their end, and that is a pretty potent support to have. Lots of good heals. We've seen that early Nature's Attendants actually be really impactful in lane. Makes it hard to chase down the Enchantress, so you do have to kind of watch yourself there if you overcommit from Motivate Trust side. Just need to see what they partner with it. Like Enchantress +1 tends to be a bit of a slower lane. You could maybe go for something like a Jug if you want. You could go for a Monkey King. No, Monkey King is banned. Jug is still a stable option. MG Trust do go into Bat Rider now as well. So it does slide through again. You've got good hold for the Timbersaw. You've got the Lasso to always use, and that can make it troublesome for heroes like the Jug that we mentioned, and Lifestealer is not going to enjoy that as it pierces through their spell immunity, so you've always got a stable way of locking them in outside of Chrono. I wonder how much the Bat Rider can get. Like, farming potential's cut off. We still see it every now and again on mid. Could be the off lane here from Masaros. Really depends on what you feel like giving Fearless. I think you'd want Fearless on something a bit more mobile, like something like a Spirit Butter would be nice, but with a Faceless Void, it can be hard to maximize them outside the Chrono. So maybe something more straightforward like a Luna could work out. AG, Raid King up. Very strong here to have. If you Chrono Raid King, you have to dig through 2 lives. It's never good for the Void, so you're going to have to target someone else or save your Chrono for the second life through Reincarnation if you even need it. Like the tendency is if you kill him in his first life, second life, if you have everything up, you don't need to throw out too many spells. So we'll have to see how Motivate Trust approaches that Raid King. But the lane is nice now. Raid King plus Enchantress, you get a nice stun creep down the line. You've got 2 stuns to play with. You've got very tanky heroes to heal up. Can be really nice for AG. And they've got some good push coming out with Raid King Enches with a summon. So you have some ways to melt down those towers early on.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Today, no. I had sliders for lunch, homemade sliders, so I was kind of full. Yeah, just some simple sliders. Maybe down the line. It's really hot. We've got some ice cream that could come out after the series. You know, it's a bit early. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock would be a good time for that. Right around the operative games. So while we're watching that.
Dire's turn to pick.
Oh, I don't think I have. It does sound lovely though. Like, that does sound like a really good time. It sounds like a really good blend. Actually, that sounds perfect for this weather. because it's so bloody hot. Yeah, you should, if you could, you should try Halo Halo. I think that's absolutely hands down the most refreshing thing. No, it's a nice. Well, Jollibee doesn't sell it, so you'd have to find a Filipino place. That could be a bit tricky. I think most Filipinos are in Melbourne, not in Sydney, unfortunately, Mike. So, Nada, if he's watching, he's gonna have even more words to say about Melbourne. I know you guys love to spat with each other there. You've got your own city wars. Which one's the best city? Still, draft goes on. AG, pick up a Ricky. That should be Ricky mid against maybe the Batrider. Batrider, Ricky is manageable somehow for Ricky, but the Batrider is going to overwhelm you. You still get these sticky napalm stacks. They're still great for hero damage, and you can burn through to Ricky early on if he's not careful.
5 seconds remaining.
Tide Hunter.
Choose your hero.
It's been so long since we've seen Masaru's Tide, and I see the dad bot again. And I remember when we were haunted by the dad bot in literally every offlaner plays Tide in Southeast Asia. So it's just refreshing to see it again. It's refreshing to see it, yeah. Dad bot Tide for Masaru's. It's a great closer. Like, you do have the Ricky against Batrider lane, which is super nice for Fearless. There are ways for Mamang Daya to kind of counteract it. It's still not the easiest lane. You've got this Tide Hunter Void combo, so Ravage plus Chrono, insane team fight control, insane follow-up from Leonax Elder Titan. You can just get that Earth Splitter off, get a lot of damage going through. Issue here for MG Trust is cooldowns. They've got to play around Chrono, play around Ravage. These are fairly long timers, but Motivate Trust is a team that does play around timers really well. We've seen them do this a couple times in BTS Pro Series 3 and 4. So I think they just need to kind of pull back, remember what they did before, about half a year ago, and just replicate that playstyle. Should work out. For Army Geniuses, like, they do have some decent presence coming through. They've got Wami's Timbersaw, which is, again, really great. They've got some solid combinations with stuns with a Raid King and Snap. They've got great scaling with a Raid King and Ricky. The issue is kind of finding space for the Ricky and the Raid King to farm up. Now, we have seen Ricky's go really quick. Like, double Wraith Band, Orb of Corrosion, and Ricky can actually do damage. So we need to see that from Mamang Daya here. He needs to take an active stance in the game, get space out for the Raid King. Maybe once the Radiance is up, you can start thinking about further itemization on that Ricky. But you will have to make that space out for the Raid King, as the Raid King can show up early, but ideally you slow down and try to build up. And I love this coming out.
MY gang.
Why is DB? Why is he bringing out the Filipino? There's no Filipino here.
Isn't there,
well,
John?
except me, Sana all.
Yep.
Just one.
Giving you a shout out. Speaking of shout outs, by the way, it's been a while since we're talking about MY gang. Shout out to My Pro Dota, of course. It's been too long since we've shouted out the poor man, but sure, it's his birthday today, and hopefully we see him around sometime, John.
Yeah, happy birthday to My Pro Dota 10. Check out his Facebook as well. My Pro Dota 10, I believe, is also the Facebook name. Yep. Here in MY gang, we respect MY gang. That's literally the guild line. So there you go.
There you go. By the way, apparently people are in our Twitch chat, John, are starting predictions on whether I'm gonna start the predictions now. So things aren't looking too bright for me. I have gotten the prediction started though, so joke's on you. If you voted, no. I've got to find something to do with the channel points as well. I haven't put any rewards up yet, John. I'll come up with some ideas, would you? A bit too busy tonight.
Yeah, we'll try to think one up. Still a bit of a scuffle over the rebound here in.
A big scuffle, John. They're fighting into an Elder Titan, and that's Leonak on that Elder Titan. That is a very risky place to try and fight for Army Geniuses. They'll back off eventually. Still a very risky kind of rune to go for there, and well, it will mean Motivate Trust do start 3-1 in terms of bounties.
sets up, gives you some early access to regen if you want. This lane coming out from MG Trust up top is pretty scary. You get the Astral Spirit off, you get some good right-click damage on Leonak. Masaros gets off the Gush. Suddenly the right-clicks are just insane. Remember, Wraith King is surprisingly soft. Just 2 armor and here it goes.
DB, he's going to try and run. Leonak, just dive him. No. I thought he would literally just go for the dive in the tier 1 tower with the bonus movement speed. He is running at 390 right now with the Astral Spirit, but looks like he won't go for it. He'll rather just leave DB on very low HP, and quite frankly, that can be even more effective, right? Just burning through the regen, keeping DB low, and of course Masaros tends to be very aggressive on the Tide if he does see an opening. It can make it very hard for DB to feel comfortable to move in for those last hits.
Yeah, and should cut you off here. I mean, you've got some potency with UK turning up in the lane. So you've got, once the levels are up, you've got Raid Fire Blast plus the Cookie for chain stuns. You just have to respect the throughput of Leonak. As long as the Astral Spirit's out, he will out-damage you at this point in the game. And again, you have to remember, Wraith King only has 2 armor to start with. So Gush is going to drop you in the negatives, and that just means Leonak can really attempt to run you down. Even the Snapfire having a bit more armor than Wraith King is not good for DB.
He's just got a DD rune now. Leonak just going to rush forward with 422 movement speed and a DD rune. It's going to wear off eventually, but it's just such a hard laning matchup here for Army Geniuses. We'll have a look at the other lanes though as well. Of course, mid lane, you've got Fearless there up against Mamang Daya. Mamang Daya going to have to really be careful about when he uses those tricks, the trade and the blink strike. You will need them to try and get away from all this sticky napalm spam of Fearless. Especially if he does end up popping the Firefly. At least for now though, Mamang Daya is ahead in terms of CS, so he's having a decent enough time. Top lane Leonak ends up dropping very low on the Elder Titan, but looks like he will be able to salve up.
No, just trying to get his body in front of those 2 heroes is really what you want to do. He's not really punished for it, and you're perfectly fine in that situation for your pause 4. And again, you're still seeing Masaros take this lane over. Slightly ahead in last hits, but not by much. When you close in the last hit for DB, you have to deal with the Anchor Smash now. And it's just not a fun lane for DB overall, so have to keep watching that spacing. Going to the last lane we haven't looked at down bot, you've got Jackie, of course, on his Face of Void. And Sahir Jackie loves Q, though, is dropping low here.
He is. LYM should definitely have a kill here, but Q is going to try and go for a bit of a run. Jackie going to try and help out. LYM won't be able to chase much further, and Q now is salved up. Earth Spike out. Jackie, where's the bashes? Still no bash. My goodness,
what?
He's hit so many times. LYM just not copping a bash. Time walk in a few seconds, but this is a lot of time Jackie's not going to be farming. Not sure how worth it is. It's another hit without a bash.
Nothing.
That's at least 10 hits now without a bash. LYM, he's gonna get the courier of Jackie, and Jackie has the TP. He's losing too many creeps.
Yeah, that's a ton of space coming out from LYM. He is very happy with just what happened there. Wami gets some space to keep climbing up, get some solo XP as well. This is a melee lane into Tim, so you can jump off the damage, but time walk cooldown is very long. You have to watch yourself.
It's going to be a lot of damage. Leonak, he's probably going to go for the chase, but a very nice block there from UK. Going to make sure he can't move much more forward. They're just consistently keeping DB very low in terms of HP, but he does have a salve available there from UK and lane. Every lane basically going pretty well for both sides. I'd say it's evening out quite nicely. DB, stop out. Leonak going to move forward again, but a nice cookie in. They're going to try and turn now. Leonak getting very low. Can he drop? He does. UK able to pick up the first blood. Masaros going to try and keep up the chase. He will get DB in the end. At the very least, your first blood goal did go the way of Army Geniuses, but I think for Motivate Trust, they'll still probably be pretty satisfied knowing they got the Wraith King.
Yeah, it's a big kill. You do get the first blood gold injection, so it's worth slightly more for AG, but losing Wraith King's never good news. Masaros is going to have a level advantage on top of that. Level 5 on the Tide, level 4 still on a Wraith King. So you're having even more damage, even more pressure here from Masaros. And while all of that was happening, there was a little move here coming out from LYM. LYM went into the jungle, cleared out the small camp stack, and that just really hurts the Batrider. Right? He jumped in from the mid-tier 2 when he was chased down into the jungle, clears it out, so you don't have that camp to go back to for Fearless. Mamangaya is now slightly ahead again, especially with the denies. This is going to feel good for the Riki, and all things considered, he's not really zoned out. He's still farming up on Riki. He's going to hit that double rate band timing, or at least the power tread rate band, perhaps looking for the Orb of Corrosion. And again, once you hit that on a Riki, you can actually show up and do some damage in your lanes.
Let's spike out Wami. He's been dominating the bot lane now. Not so much in terms of CS, but in terms of harass, he's doing a great job at keeping Jackie very low. He's going to try again. Jackie forced to use that time dilation, and Fearless even going to rotate up on the Batrider, but he's not going to make it in time to punish Wami. Looks like Wami may have spotted that. No, in fact, he hasn't. Fearless is going to try and move in now. With the Earth Spike out, they do have the lasso. They will have to commit it for this, but they are waiting. Wami still trying to run. Fearless still being very greedy, and won't actually need the lasso, as it looks like Wami was out of mana, so he couldn't chain away. Didn't want to pop the Soul Ring either, as I guess he would have just burnt out too fast. Meanwhile, top lane, however, Mamangaya makes the rotation up towards the top lane and does at least get a trade on Leonak.
Dire's bottom tower is
really nice
under
kill to
attack.
take, so mid's finding the successful rotations a bit better here for MG Trust, because you kill off the Timbersaw, a much more high priority kill. But you can see Mamangaya just opting to start to be aggressive early on, is actually still going to rush the Diffusal. So we'll see if he gets the space out to farm that up. It looks like they might have to sack Wami's farm. Despite him having that smooth enough laning start, the jungle is going to be taken over here by Wraith King and Riki. So you're not going to have that area to recover. You're going to have to play in the lanes, take the front line, force responses out, which is generally what you want in the Timbersaw anyway. And we'll just have to see if Mamangaya can hit that Diffusal timing. Looks like it's lining up fairly nicely. Still up there in last hits, up there in net worth as well. So the Riki is having that smooth start you'd want it to, and so far very
Jackie,
even.
Mamangaya, solo kill onto the Void. No smoke screen up either. He just got the kill. I'm guessing Jackie. Oh, all right. I guess I'm alone then. Excuse me, rather the Void, but there you go. I suppose Jackie's Time Walk was on cooldown, and hopefully Earthquake. Find out soon. I'm sure John will let me know. Everything is all right over there in the Philippines, and of course, if you are in the Philippines, please do stay very safe. So I have been hearing the earthquakes can get very serious over there. So 2 to 3 right now, less than 1k net worth lead for Army Geniuses. LYM hanging around that mid lane on the Enchantress. Wants to set up on Jackie. Hugh is going to be around, however, to kind of cut off this rotation and get a nice little D ward off.
All right, I'm back, Mr. Mike. Earthquake wasn't too bad. We're okay. We're okay. Pretty strong.
Panicked there for a second, John. You just kind of ran off on me.
It was a pretty strong wave, not gonna lie. Like my PC actually shook, so had to go out just to be safe. But we're fine. We're back. We've got more important things like Dota to handle here. 2 to 3 so far at the 8 and 9-minute mark. Less than 1k lead coming out for AG. They are hitting those farm spikes. We're seeing really good movement coming through from Mamangaya. Diffusal again it's just coming up a bit quicker than you'd want. I think MG Motivate Trust have not really pressured Mamangaya in that early game. Laning has been fine. He is 2 levels ahead of Fearless now. Fearless is just kind of trying to cut the wave and farm up, but he's being rotated on by 3 heroes.
That he is. Mamangaya, he's going to be right in. Flame Break is there, but another Blink Strike. Fearless. Look at the minus armor from UK. It's just so much minus armor with that little shredder. On the brighter side for MG Trust, however, DB's going to be in danger. And does go down to the Wraith King. And I'll tell you what, John, this brings back some memories from MG Trust last year. Well, we saw if the mid lane and the safe lane struggles, you can always kind of guarantee that Masaros is still going to have a pretty good lane. And you're seeing it right now on that Tide. Top of the net worth board. We've seen him on this hero before when he plays like this. And DB, he has not been able to keep up whatsoever.
Yep, that's one issue right now. Masaros is very farmed up, tied up there with Mamangdaya. In fact, surpassing the Ricky by about 200 gold. So you do have a hero to play with here. You've got some timings to run around with. I think the thing for Motivate Trust right now is that they've got Chrono and Ravage. They haven't used it. Whereas for AG, they just run around the map and get kills.
They found another Q, going to go down Fearless. Has Lasso, is going to throw it out onto Wommy. The Timber going to drop quite fast, and he will not even try to run. Accepts the fact that he is going to die as MTG now want to go for a bit more. They have the Chrono up, but they aren't going to be able to immediately find anyone. And of course, Jackie isn't going to waste too much time. Going to have to try and catch up in farm as Mamangdaya is getting a little bit too far ahead on this Ricky. Mid lane. LYM could be in a spot of danger, but a nice cookie out. Healer's still going to chase him down, however. Stop is there, and LYM, he's definitely gone.
Say, Enchantress, you are spunky.
It's a nice little pick off, not the biggest kill. You do have Master starting to invade that jungle a bit, getting some of those small stacks, not the biggest stacks. You are having DB just farm the upper side of the triangle. And this is where it can get a bit dicey. You're trading farm across your course. Now, Jackie is ahead of DB. That means DB is not quite using, well, not able to use his skeletons in a big way. And up top,
and Mamangdaya, he's going to be in big danger. Fearless, he's around with the Fire, with the Flame Break, and with the Finger. It's going to be much more than enough. And that's a very important kill to get, right? Like, Mamangdaya is having such a good time in this game, number one, and you really want to shut the Ricky down, because it is a very momentum-based hero. It does get everything it wants. It's going to make the game very tough for the Radiant side.
Yeah, it's the kill they needed. They needed to slow down that defusal timing. It should still line up nicely, but that kill was just something they needed to do. Take down that Ricky a peg. Finally get to use the finger out. That's the first finger for Q. We still haven't seen a Ravage in Chrono, although there's a Ravage.
There is a Ravage, but he is very low in terms of HP. Wommy should be able to finish the job and does. Jackie, though, has Chrono. Might just commit on UK here. Try and get some damage output first on the Snapfire, and do you want to commit Jackie? Yeah, he does. He wants the easy kill. A lot of people might laugh at that, but when you've got Chrono this early on, you just want to commit it, and you want to get any kill you can get on this Void, and just get back to farming.
Yep, and it's perfectly fine. He's been holding onto the Chrono for such a long time. He does not want to join these bigger team fights, so you managed to make use of it. There are some good stacks being built up here by MG Trust now in that triangle. Leonak just doing great work with the Astral Spirit, so he has recovery farm to dip into, and that's where he can spend the next 2 minutes while waiting for that next Chrono. In fact, Fearless looks like he's just gonna take this, rush that Blink, a huge set of stacks, but this will take some time because of the nerfs to Sticky Napalm. It still burns fast enough.
Yeah, it's very
fast, but it's still nice.
Takes some time, he says.
Bounced.
Yep. Very balanced. Fearless, he'll take the stack much closer to the Blink Dagger now. Looking back over to DB on the Wraith King, you kind of have a look back at that net worth, John, and it's a bit depressing here for DB. Mind you, of course, the Wraith King can farm up very quickly with the skeletons, but he is going for the Radiance Rush to boot, and it's going to take a while. Like, you're looking at least another few minutes before you have that Radiance up. Maybe once it's up, you can start being aggressive, but before that point, DB, he's just going to hang out in the jungle and just keep the farm up.
He's not being pressured too much in the jungle. The one issue here is that, well, the rest of his team is also kind of playing the farm game. Mamangdaya does have his defusal flying out now, so the Ricky can take the front line, maybe play with that Timbersaw. We do manage to clear the bot tier 1 here with Wommy. We do get some map opened up. MTG still looking for their first tower to take. Are lining up top to trade. Should be able to take that one out. They do have Ravage up in about 20 seconds, Chrono in about 40, so they could maybe look for a rotation, but the mid is being eyed here by Mamangdaya.
Masaros going to be targeted. There's just smoke screen out. He's going to try and run, but he is not quite tanky enough to deal with that kind of damage output. And now Q came in. An immediate hoof stomp out from the Centaur that was enchanted from LYM, and just great play from Army Geniuses.
Oh yeah, they red wooded that super cleanly. They had a good rotation in the back line. They take the mid tower now. So the bot's cleared out, they trade our top, but they take the mid on top of it, opens up the triangle, ups that bot jungle. AG can now start denying farm coming in from MTG, and they need a lot more to play with. Jackie, he's doing well on the Void, he's ahead of the Wraith King, but you're not at the point where the Void feels great. And Mamangdaya?
Oh, they're looking down Jackie by the tier 2 tower, and that's going to be a bit too much for them to dive, at least for now. Jackie just trying to desperately get that farm up. Still just only has the Mask of Madness and has actually fallen behind the Wraith King. So DB, in that time, has caught up very efficiently, and again, with the skeletons up, he is going to be able to out-farm the Void. That's for sure. MTG just not feeling quite comfortable enough to try and really make a play across the map yet, it seems. They're really just playing quite defensively.
And it's a bit of a missed opportunity when you have these big teamfight spells. When you have Ravage and Chrono in particular, you kind of do want to use them every time they're up. And even though you're farming like this, which is kind of efficient farming coming out from Jackie, you still want to use those spells. Like, just the Mom alone should be enough. They do smoke up on MTG side without the Void, but just having Ravage might be enough here.
UK. Very careful. No, they want the Ricky, and they will get the lasso off immediately. And they will just blow him up. Mamangdaya, he is gone. UK now going to get spotted by Masaros, and he's going to try for the TP. Jackie? No, you'll get the Hex anyway.
Oh, part of the plan.
Thought they might need a bash there, but of course Q was around with the Hex, and these are two very nice pickups now for Motivate Trust.
You put the Ricky down, you managed to get Masaros back up. The farm distribution. The farm distribution here is really even. Look at that graph. Basically dead even between Masaros all the way up to Jackie. Only a 600 swing from top to bottom. So this game's on a razor's edge. One big team fight could turn the tides here, but at the same time, you're reaching DB's spike. He's been allowed to free farm the Radiance. He has the Sacred Relic up. Only about 600 gold off the Radiance recipe. So once he has that, he can definitely join in, help his Ricky out in these fights, and start to force some big issues here.
Top lane, and Chan is going to be there. He'll try to flame break them away, and he does have help coming in, but it looks like he is going to drop still. Masaros moving forward. Mamangdaya with the silence out. Now the Earth Spike going to save the day into the stop, and they have the Ravage. They might be able to turn. They're going to hold down for now. Jackie, he'll go on to LYM. Instead, now Chrono is out. They've got Mamangdaya, and that's the one you want. You want that Ricky down ASAP, and they will be able to get him into Wommy now. Maybe a bit of a harder target to get. I think even if you leave with just the Ricky kill, you're going to be very, very satisfied with that as MG Trust.
Yep, it's a big one to take. You trade out the Batrider, but at this point it feels like the Ricky's more important. They might find a freebie in LYM.
It looks like they will. Stomp out. Mortimer's Kisses going to try and help LYM. Q doesn't have the finger, so you don't have that magic damage output that you need. But here comes Fearless. He'll be all the magic damage they do need. It's now a big Ravage out. Masaros does land it on 3, and they will just chase them down. Jackie even joining his team. LYM, he's going to try and TP, but a first hit bashes out from Jackie. And I guess that makes up for before.
Oh yeah, it's a nice set of kills coming out. They kind of overstayed their welcome there on AG. They don't respect the Ravage. They clump up. They did not have their big chorus in a really good spot. And Wami kind of reveals his Lotus Orb there as well, but doesn't really get too much done. So MTG going to be very happy with finally using the Chrono and Ravage fairly close together. Now they need to sit back, just farm, wait until those spells are back up, and rinse and repeat. For AG, Radiance is up on DB, but he needs a little bit more farm before he's ready. So it's still down to Mamangdaya and everyone else to keep throwing their bodies forward, keep forcing aggression, get a response out. This is the time for them to fight with these cooldowns on, but they're kind of just forced to sit back and keep farming up for now.
He's going to keep the farm up very nicely here on the Wraith King. But Jackie does build up to try and counter this out, though. For now, he's just going into the Yarshan, trying to get that SNY up. Probably just try and be patient with that Chrono and wait out the first life of DB, but it's going to get much harder as the farm comes up.
Is about to take the plunge.
AG having a gander in mid lane. They're going to make the jump in. Mamangdaya, he's there with the smoke screen, and Jackie, he's just going to get ripped apart.
Says me.
Very nice play there from Army Geniuses. they will start heading into the bot lane. And I'll tell you what, John, with the way this game's going now, Army Geniuses, they are looking very good to take game 1.
Is under attack.
Yep, they've got that early aggression lined up. They've got the spike for the Raid King ready. And the Radiance just means that he is going to really cause issues, especially for that Face's Void. The mischance kind of hurts your DPS there. And you need a lot more in that Void. You're going to need a BKB now on Jackie. Like, he's not safe from that smoke screen. Unless support maybe gets a Force Staff to just take him out of it ASAP. Before that point, it's going to be tough. And you need to have someone else up in front. 2k lead, 3k lead up now for Army Geniuses to take over the jungle. Bot 2-2 falls. They can immediately just take over this bot jungle entirely and just shut out even more farm from the side of MTG. MTG, again, Jackie needs a lot more farm. Fearless is already rushing that BKB on the Bat Rider. And once you have that, you're safer to jump in. You don't care about the smoke screen, which is big. But they need to keep going back to that playstyle. Try to hunt down Mamang Daya. Try to hunt down Wami before he gets even more items up. He, again, with the load slow, and he's already annoying enough. Once he's allowed to tank up even more, that could be very detrimental, as he's just going to toss his body forward, and the Ricky follows up with a kisses in the background. Can be painful. Still, smoke out from MTG. They do have Lasso at the ready, along with Fingers, so they can go for that burst play again.
Absolutely. SNY up now on Jackie as well, if they want to get him involved. But for now, they're going to run into UK, it looks like. And well, there's your Firefly into the Lasso. They just want a nice easy kill on that Snapfire, and they might just get it. Oh, UK. Cookie away, but Masaros, he's in. He'll clean up. Be it. Not quite the kill you would have liked, I guess. You would have probably preferred a core like the Ricky or the Timber, but you take what you can get.
Death.
Yep, you're not going to be too disappointed. You only commit Lasso, so you still have Finger ready on Q for any other target. And you're at the point where you've got the Force Staff on Masaros, so it's a bit safer now for Jackie, even though he doesn't have a BKB. If he does get smoke screened, Force Staff out, your Face's Void, he's going to time walk off the damage, and maybe look for that chrono angle. Complicates the initiation for Army Geniuses. They're going to have to be a lot more cautious. Maybe they have to catch out Masaros first before he can use that Force Staff. The issue is, you catch him in smoke, he can just Force Staff out as well, and he can purge off your stuns with his Kraken Shell. So your burst damage has to be, your stuns have to be staggered really well on something like that. Tide, I'm wondering what they go for next on DB. It looks like he is going for a BKB into the AC, typical Raid King build. No blink. The DB is just going to have to run forward every single time for these fights. And for the most part, we haven't actually seen DB join these fights, so he's just been sitting back farming.
Oh, we've had 2 disconnections, and suddenly your voice is cut. Oh, 4 disconnections. 5 disconnections. My goodness. And I believe John's internet may have... John, are you there? All right, there you go. So everyone's just out, including my my analyst. Apparently, John might be part of the Army Geniuses side. So we do have the reconnections now coming in. Because judging by the fact that there was just a bit of an earthquake where John is, I assume maybe the internet lines are down, or... Well, actually, his internet lines were already down. Maybe it's the mobile data now. My goodness. Luckily for us, Army Geniuses, they are going to slowly but surely reconnect. Allow us to get underway with the game very soon. There you go, OIM's back now. The go-ahead. Because Army Genius is still 2k in the lead. Still looking very good in this game number 1. DB top of the net worth board now on the Raid King. Feeling a lot more confident than he did about 10 minutes ago. With Jackie. Try and farm up towards that Eye of Skadi now on that Void, but even with the chrono up, he's definitely not quite ready to fight. Unless his team finds a very advantageous kind of team fight for them. Still going to be quite a task to try and get through the 2 lives of DB. I like the fact that he's immediately rushing for the AC to have that bonus armor. Make it a lot harder to even burst him down through the first life. Get the BKB up first though, just to ensure he doesn't get bursted by the lion
Dyer's
damage.
middle tower is under
Both the Elder
attack.
Titan as well. Still a bit of a lull period. The pings are coming up for that mid-tier 1 tower now for Motivate. Army Geniuses just gonna hang around. Make sure it does remain up, and of course that is buying them more space in the map to farm, but DB, very aggressive kind of run into the triangle of the Radiant. Thing is, nobody wants to fight him right now. DB's gonna be left alone to farm here. Motivate will respect him, at least for now, but here comes Masaros. For a quick anchor smash, there's just stun out. DB wants to start a team fight. Wami right in into the backside onto Lianak, but is it going to be enough? There's the Earth Spike out now. Mamandai is in. Lasso there onto the Ricky. Jackie still has the Chrono. There's your Ravage. The Ricky already down. Wami gonna chain out. DB has kind of been left behind. Instead, they'll go on to LYM. In fact, never mind that. They want UK on the Snapfire. UK slowly but surely going to get burnt down by Fearless and does eventually die, and Jackie is able to get LYM. They just ignored the Wraith King altogether, knowing they probably couldn't get through the 2 lives of DB. But that's just one way to win the team fight, is aim everybody else and just leave DB there to not really do much. And now, hello John.
Dyer's middle tower is drowning.
There is DB. He's going to move in and try to fight this one out. Onto the line, they will burst down Q. The buyback, though, is going to be immediate. Army Geniuses still just going to posture around the Roshan pit. Get out that Roshan. DB wants to go back in. There is still Chrono up, don't forget. But they are fighting without Ravage now, MG Trust. And that Roshan, not going to take too long here for DB and Mamandaya. Fearless, no lasso either. Might need to make the jump in sooner. They are going to move. There's your Chrono out. Who they got? They've got everybody but Mamandaya. He got the... I don't know how he got it, John, but he got it somehow. I believe it was the tricks of the trade. He jumped down and he managed to pick up the Aegis, and now Jackie's going to try and run, but he will go down. So he tricks the trades. The Chrono's on target. But as he comes out, he must have just spam clicked the Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Oh, lasso out, but Sleeping Dart, no, going to be cancelled off by the BKB. Back in onto the Wraith King underneath the tier 4 towers. It's a very awkward position here for DB, but he just BKBs up right into Q on Leonak and will burst them down. Mangdaya even trying to go after Masaros, but the buyback's going to force them back now. Army Geniuses, they don't want to throw this lead away. Currently 6k ahead. They are just going to back. Mangdaya, he'll hold on to the Aegis as well.
About to take the plunge.
It's a really nice retreat for Army Geniuses because they just waste the buyback of the of Leonak on the Elder Titan, and
Where did I go?
of course you can always just go back in before that Aegis does expire. Definitely a pretty big win here for AG.
Trying to bring down Radiant's top tower.
Radiant's top tower just got sent
Radiant's
to
top
the
tower is on the ropes. Really tight, Hunter. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Sleeping Dart onto Masaros. They're not going to initiate onto the Tide. They'll just take some towers and back off again. Still no need to rush here for Army Geniuses. They know the Ravage, Lasso, and Chrono are all up now. You've got to be very careful about that.
To bring down Radiant's top tower.
But as long as you control the map like this, you're not going to mind just backing off as Army Geniuses. Like, you're still a Wraith King into a Faceless Void, so you are going to inadvertently kind of just out-carry Jackie. Speaking of, Jackie is going to drop Mamang Daya, setting up there with Wami. That is not a great sign for MG Trust.
Bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nope, nobody's down there.
You're gonna start moving up again. Before that Aegis does expire, Army Geniuses would love to get themselves a Rax and DB. He's gonna frontline here on the Wraith King. Stop, not gonna be on target. Still the Lasso is. They will pull him back behind the T4 towers again. And this time around, with your Ravage and Chrono, it's gonna be much harder to help out DB. There's your Chrono out, Jackie. He will play no games. Eventually DB will be forced to just die in the enemy base. The Geniuses, even with the Aegis up on Mamang Daya, just don't want to go for the dive. They'll leave the Wraith King to die. What? What? The Daya? But he's on the Daya. How does... But he's on the Daya. How does the Daya kill...
Money changes hands.
Gaben? So the Daya Tower killed DB, but he's a Daya hero. Yeah, right. I know, I'm looking at it right now, Chon.
Death comes in threes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Wami's gonna move in. Leonard gonna be spotted. He might just be dead instantly. It's just way too much damage on Wami with the flamethrower. And of course the Whirling Death. For Motivate Trust, I mean, we've seen them come back from so many games. Over and over again. And they're not really that far behind either. I mean, it's a 6k net worth lead at 31 minutes. No Rax is down yet, but Army Geniuses, it is still their game to throw here. It's quite a hard one to throw as well. I'd say hard, but Fearless dragging you into the T4 towers is quite detrimental, so maybe not so hard to throw. But it's Fearless. Lasso gonna be on the snap fire. They just want to get rid of this hero immediately. Can they make something out of this though?
A bit rare.
It's a decent enough kill on UK, but can you get objectives? Can you play for anything on the map? MG Trust, they're gonna move back into their own jungle. So it looks like it's just to open up the map a bit more, get Jackie some more farming space, which he desperately does need right now because he is 5k behind DB, and maybe even find that mid-tier 1 tower.
Time is money.
DG gonna move in again through the mid lane.
Haste.
Ravage, Chrono both up, but you don't have... Oh, you have Lasso in 2 seconds. DB, gonna be targeted. There's your first Lasso into the Shiver's Guard of Maceros and DB. He's gonna try and fight this one out, and it doesn't look like it's gonna be too hard either, as he's a pretty tanky boy. Back on a Fearless, they will get the Bat Rider first, and now you'd love to kill off Jackie, but the Chrono, the turnaround from the high ground. But where's your damage output? He's gonna try him among Dire. They'll get the Ricky first, back into the Wraith King, but DB, he still has that reincarnation. And Fearless, he's gonna try and run. Jackie's gonna come back in. DB still being targeted here, but again, he is a pretty tanky guy.
Tower is on the
Mookie, not gonna land, but they would love a dieback on the Bat Rider, and they are gonna be able to get it. Fearless, he is gone for another 100 seconds. They are chasing for more here, Army Geniuses. It looks like that's gonna be enough, but surely you go high ground from this.
To the Dire.
TB, straight back through the mid lane. Still 30 seconds without Fearless up. There is definitely an opportunity to at least get that tier 3 tower, which is already quite low in terms of HP. It looks like that's going to be the game plan here by Army Geniuses. They rush in, but the glyph is going to be popped into a stomp. With Leonak on that Elder Titan, the high ground defense is not too bad. Sleeping Dart, some Maceros among Dire. Not going to jump in, instead they're going to play it safe and go for that mid-Rax. Fearless is coming back up, however, they've got to be careful. Another Sleeping Dart out. Gonna stun up Maceros, but there's your Lasso. The Rax still not down, back into the tier 4 towers. DB is gonna try and run, but a big Lasso, or rather Ravage, is there from Maceros. Wami trying to tank the damage, but DB, he will lose his first life. Jackie, no Chrono for another 10 seconds. Army Geniuses, they might be able to go for more now, knowing those ultis are down. Jackie, still waiting for that Chrono, is going to have it up very, very soon. Earth Spike is there onto Wami, but the turnaround. Jackie, there's your Chrono now, back on a DB, but DB, he is very, very tanky. The Sleeping Dart. Gonna put Jackie to sleep in the middle of the Chrono. Malakdaya back in onto Leonak. Can they get the Titan? Yeah, they can. Onto Maceros, they will get the tie back. And Jackie, he is not safe either. He's gonna try and run. Instead, they'll secure Q instead. They'll get him. Fearless. Gonna try and move back in. Army Geniuses gonna focus down the objectives. That'll be the top racks gone as well now. Motivate Trust. 2 racks is down, and it's looking very tough for them, John. In fact, they might go for a third now without Masaros up. You haven't got that tanky frontliner
Bottom tower.
with no chrono. How do you fight this?
Faces a stiff wind.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder. Dire's bottom
Lasso. They've only got LYM there on the lasso. They'll take the Enchantress, but it's going to be Mega Creeps coming out. 4 Army Geniuses. They just kind of take what they can get. Mamang Daya now looking to come back in with the Sleeping Dart setup. And the smoke screen. Jackie, big trouble here on the Void, but he's going to be forced off the way. Stomp out. Maybe they can turn onto Mamang Daya, but no. There's the Mortimer's Kisses in. Q doesn't really want to die back right now. We're back off to the fountain. These sleeping darts from Mamang Daya proving to be very effective as they jump back in onto Fearless, and they'll get the Batrider again. No buyback. Onto the tier 4 towers they go. Jackie, he's going to try and slow this down. Still no chrono for another 40 seconds. It's looking very tough for him, but he's going to try. Now Masaros, Ravage in 2. This could be the last team fight though, as the stomp does fly out. Masaros, how do you commit this Ravage? Mamang Daya trying to back with the Aegis, does manage to get out, but Jackie will finish off the Aegis. Now the secondary line, back on a UK, and there's your Ravage up, connecting on 3. They will be able to kill off Mamang Daya now. Back into DB. Can you get the Wraith King? He's a bit tankier now with the overwhelming blink, but they are going to try. He'll try to man fight instead, however. LYM there with Wami. A big cookie out from UK. They'll continue to try. Leonak is going to get dropped. DB with a big crit out. Back onto the backside. He goes after Q now. The Lion going to force stomp out, but DB with the Radiance might just get him, and there's a stun out anyway. They will be able to kill him off. Jackie, he is still trying to get it done by himself, but there's your GG well played call. They realize they cannot get it done. And Army Geniuses, John, what a way to start this series with game 1. Going to the way of AG.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Puck!
Radiant's turn to pick.
Yeehaw!
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I think they've got to play around their timings a bit more. They went with heavy cooldowns there, which was really the big drawback of their draft. They had to play super active with Ravage and Chrono every single time the spells were up. They didn't quite play to that tempo. They sat back, farmed up a bit. There's a lot of space for DB to build up in that game. And Mamangdaya just had its spectacular time mid. The Ricky didn't actually get too bullied out by that Bat Rider, so you will have to kind of watch out there if the matchup doesn't work. Mamangdaya can build up quite fast. You do see the respect bands coming here from Motivate Trust. They take out the Wami Timbersaw and the Mamangdaya Ricky, so lots of respect from that first game. Some issues there as well from MTG in game 1. Itemization. Like the build up there on Jackie, just Scotty Rush with no BKB, it just felt super greedy. So I think just some of those game calls, some of those call outs for itemization and movement. We'll see if MTG can kind of rework it, force a game number 3 here. But AG, I mean, they're playing spectacularly well. Again, they've been improving throughout the entire season. They've shown up quite a fair bit in other tournaments like the OEDL Fall Invitational. So as long as they maintain this really good coordination they have, I think MTG might be in for a surprise here and might take their first series loss.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he's just super comfy on the hero. It can really enable some aggression coming through, especially in lane. We saw that coming out with the Tidehunter there, the minus armor plus the Astral Spirit right click was great. They just didn't have enough control to find those initial kills, which I think they're going to have to try and work out now. Early on, you really need to slow DB down, because if you allow DB and Mamangdaya a good start, it's too much. Like, they can play aggressive, they can go around. The respect band from AG on the Faceless Void is kind of surprising, considering that Jackie was still farming great, but it didn't feel like he was doing enough. But they still take out one of those heroes that Jackie loves, and they go into the Jug. So they've got this Snapfire Jug lane coming through. Lots of minus armor, lots of slow options there with Scatter Blast, good stun with the Cookie and Spin combo. It's a very aggressive lane once more for AG to play with, and that is something Motivate Trust will have to watch out for. Like, you still have the ET that can do some work, but you just have to respect the fact that you're gonna have more forward aggression compared to the Raid King.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Axe.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, definitely. I think you have some ways for AG to kind of compensate. Like, it's down to the Snapfire to try to zone out the Axe there. Of course, Battle Hunger spam should be focused on the Snap in that case, as the Jug can kind of spin it off. And as the levels go up, the cooldown of spin does kind of line up with Battle Hunger for the most part, so you're not going to threaten DB too much. We'll see if our Snap here can get the space out, and whether or not Masaros can maximize his early presence. Of course, the build-up as well is something that you love to talk about. You love the Manta. I think there's the potential for that, but on the offlane, you still kind of need a Vanguard, especially. There's just a lot of value in Vanguard into Crimson to prevent the damage output from a Jug, mitigate his early Omni Slash, so I think that might be what we see from Masaros. Blink Vanguard, maybe down the line you see the Manta, but haven't seen the emphasis just yet from the few Axe games we've seen in Southeast Asia. So we'll see.
Dire's turn to pick.
Legion Commander.
Yeah, it's just Blade Mail in general feels really off. Like, they definitely... Remember the time when Blade Mail was like a pickup on literally every hero? Like, even cores? It was just way too stat efficient. Ever since the nerfs there, it's just kind of tapered off. Like, Axe is the big one that gets hit every single time Blade Mail gets changed. So it's still slightly awkward. I think the item needs a slight buff. But we do see AG going to the LC. So it's another Dispel on hand. You can kind of take away, again, Battle Hunger if you're worried about it in the middle of a team fight. You're not going to get max value here for the Axe to have bonus move speed, and that slow burn through. You don't have the double dual combo that we tend to see with a Grimstroke, but you do have some really good combos. Like, if you blink in and duel with a Snapfire Kisses, that can be pretty devastating, and you do have that slight issue again for MTG, where they don't have the best way to jump in and stop the kisses. You could maybe toss Fearless all the way back, have him kind of jump forward with the orb, get the silence off, but that will cut him off from the rest of the team fight, which is not ideal for a puck. So there's still a lot of value here for AG in that combo.
The Dire get a ban.
Sky Wrath May.
Ooh.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. This is definitely a Blink Rush game for Masaros. You could still make an argument for Vanguard, but you definitely want the Blink there as well. So you have that combo to play with, and this is where the Axe feels a lot nicer, because you've got some proper follow-through. You could maybe have argued that you could have made a call in Earth Splitter. That could have been nice as well, but this is just so stable. You can burst down these heroes, get the damage off, and start to melt down the backline afterwards. We'll have to see what the Jackie hero slides through. They do ban out the Monkey and Ursa on AG's end, and MTG do ban out the TA and the Davion Dragonite. No anime hero coming through. What'll it be here for Fearless? Troll! Yep, it's a stable one to have again. I prefer it a lot over the Faceless Void. I think the Void... The way Jackie plays kind of fits the Troll a little bit more, although Jackie used to play a lot of Void, but again, it didn't feel like he was playing like we saw him a year ago, where every time Chrono was up, he'd make a rotation, find a kill, go back to farming. In the first game, he's just much more satisfied to just keep farming. And the Troll kind of enjoys that a bit more, clears out camps fairly nicely with a Whirling Axis. You don't have the mobility of Time Walk, but you do have faster output damage on an AoE, so the camps still melt. It should still be maybe a Battle Fury build-up. We could see the Maelstrom coming through as well, depending on what Fearless wants, but they do have, depending on what Jackie wants, but they've got a very clear win condition. AG just get the counter pick Razor, so this is going to be a toughie for Jackie. That should be a Razor mid. It's not going to be too bad, but you have the counter pick. You're going to zap away his damage. Jackie's going to have to watch out for that one.
10 seconds.
I tried. I swear I know what the. I swear I know the initials for the Mobile Legends tournament. I think it's MPL. It's not. I'm just saying because I know some casters. You know, I know a couple of Filipino guys. I think it's called MPL. So not quite MLP, but I guess if you kind of rearrange the letters, it could work. Could work. That's Mobile Legends Philippines. I'm sorry. Like okay, this is a bit off topic, but I went for a haircut. Right, you can see it. Went for a haircut and like. It's fine. I went for a haircut and I was talking to my barber. He was like, "So what do you do, sir?" I was like, I commentate in esports." He's like, "Really? What esports?" He's like, "Dota." And he's like, "Really? I play Mobile Legends." And I was like, "Oh boy." All right. And he was so enthusiastic. I couldn't tell him like it's kind of different. He was like, "Oh yeah, you know these guys?" It's like, "Yeah, I know this so and so caster. I know like Leo casts. I know him. I know General Tuna. Some of these casters there, Swarly." And it's like, "Oh wow, yeah, that's amazing." It's like, but he doesn't know Dota. Stuck in a very awkward spot where I'm like, nodding, being very happy for him because he was so happy.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to remove that happiness. So
wow.
I don't know. It's kind of cool that mobile game just ties people like that in. At the same time,
No, it's not.
I wish it was Dota.
No, it's not. You're just happy because you think you're famous. You think.
Oh no! He had no clue who I was. He had no clue who I was. It's just, I just had to smile and nod and agree along, like, you know, just make him happy, because he was so joyful.
Just so you know, you aren't famous, John. Probably never.
I know. You remind me every time you go on stream, Mike. You say, "Keep it down, John. Know your place."
I've got it, John, because everyone keeps pumping you up in the Twitch chat and on Facebook and Twitter. They keep complimenting you. They never talk about me. It upsets me. I get very jealous, John. Very jealous. Even during the major, when I was casting with Black, everyone was like, "Where's John?" you know, John's taking a break. I've got to cast with Black. They didn't like it though. They wanted John X Fire, and that made me feel very sad, John. Now I'm reliant on you. I can't let you go.
It's a fair enough point. Still, nothing too exciting here compared to our conversation. 2 for 2 bounties. Let's see the lanes break out.
By the way.
Yeah, best dad jokes in the biz.
Yeah,
100%.
No, I mean, that's Lacoste. Let's be honest. Black tries his best, but Lacoste
no, you see,
has the...
Lacoste's dad jokes are so good they don't feel like dad jokes. You see?
True. Very true.
Whereas Black's, it's definitely a dad joke. Still, what's not a dad joke are these lanes. You've got LYM on the Earth Spirit along with UK up top, so it looks like they're starting with a bit of a tri lane, but they do split it up. No, yeah, they do get the TP out. So Wami comes in. Leonak is there, of course, playing with the Astral Spirit along with Jackie on Troll. This should be a much more stable lane for Jackie. Not too much pressure the LT can do here. Of course, you can play with overwhelming odds. Maybe look for an angle with LYM. Key thing here is find EXP on Earth Spirit and hit your level 2, level 3 spike, and then I mid instead. That's going to be where all the kills should line up for an Earth Spirit.
LYM. Nice kick away. Leonak going to try and harass him out as much as possible. And of course, this is going to be a very important pull for LYM, but Leonak is going to be a real problem. One thing you don't want as this Earth Spirit is your creeps denied away, and it looks like they are going to force Wami to come down to try and contest this pull away from Leonak. Leonak's going to stick around, gets a deny on the range creep. That is a big deal.
Yeah, it's sapping so much EXP away from LYM. He doesn't get the solo EXP as well because Wami has to tune in. Now the wave's slightly shoved in, and Jackie just basically gets to clear out a couple of waves for free. So you're missing out on that big spike on your Earth Spirit. We'll see how it shapes up along the line, but definitely a smoother start for Jackie here. Down mid, you've got Mamang Daya on the mid jug, but Fearless on the mid puck. And this is an interesting lane. You can play with a spin, and Fearless is not that quick. You can cop a lot of damage if he's not careful. At the same time, spin is a relatively long cooldown, so Fearless can use that downtime and just harass out. He's got range advantage, and he has an easier time reaching for the bottle, which means LYM will need to step in at some point to help contest some of those bottle refills.
Yeah, I wonder how Mamangdai is actually going to lane this. Is now, like, he's got the bottle up, but Fearless is going to take both water runes. So, a pretty big advantage there for Fearless on the puck. You can even see it in his CS right now. But we'll have a look at the final lane. You do have the bot lane where Masteros and Q are going to be up against UK and DB. In fact, hold that thought, because Leonak right now is just chasing down Wami on the Elder Titan. Deep Wave is going to block him, but they are going to go for another big pull. So back down towards the bot lane. Looks like DB should not have that tough of a time. We talked about the axe up against the Jug, but as the Razor, you don't quite find as much.
Yeah, you really don't. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong for Masteros in this lane. It's too ranged, so you can't really go up and just get your free spins. If you go too close, DB just static links, and it just kind of feels really bad for Masteros. You can try to spin, but it's just not great.
Oh, nice stun. That's a great cookie out from UK. Now the Scatter Blast to connect DB. He stole so much damage, but Masteros and Q are going to be able to secure the first blood. DB might find a double kill, but the creep wave gonna block the way. Meanwhile, top side, Leonak getting very, very low, but a nice ensnare there from Jackie. Gonna make sure Leonak gets out and salves up. Still Wami gonna not get vision yet. LYM is gonna eventually see him, but it seems as though they just want the creep wave again. So Wami's gonna go for a run. Leonak is gonna try and chase him down, but a nice pull to the large cap now. Leonak gonna be very annoying here for Wami. Even gets the denial. And the courier.
It's a pretty big courier as well. Just taking off a lot of regen and some vision out from AG for a bit longer, so you're not going to get too much forward vision here from LYM, and you can't even come in for the next set of water runes. It's just another set for Fearless once more. You do have at least Mamangdai running for the bottom water rune, but he's missing out in CS. Does have a bottle up in the Jug, which is atypical for Jug, but when you're in mid, you just gotta have a bottle. You can't play without it right now.
No, you definitely can't. Not in this meta. Bottle is just way too value. No, I mean, he's gonna struggle a little bit. Like, Fearless is pulling ahead in terms of CS, and you could just see the harassment output from Fearless. He's gonna be quite annoying for Mamangdai, but at least he does have the level 1 healing ward up now. He does have a couple forms of heal until Fearless does that. Just orbs over and gets the denial from that healing ward, but now LYM will TP in and refill the bottle into the roll, back in onto Fearless, but he has another orb. He'll be just fine to get away.
Dire's courier has been killed.
So they really can't shut down this puck whatsoever. But I suppose as long as the CS is coming in for Mamangdai, he's going to be okay.
Yeah, it's not a lane you really want to play aggressive on, even with the rotations from LYM. Key thing is that farm is coming in, and level spikes are a bit off. Fearless is definitely having a better time with the XP, although down bot.
Another nice cookie out from UK. This time they'll focus down Q instead. Roll, going to be off the mark from LYM, but it won't matter. They'll get the boulder smash and get the kill. Masteros not really able to do much quite yet on the axe, and this is where the beauty of this Razor safe lane comes out. Is just making it so the axe advantage in that laning stage just is not going to be there. In fact, they've even forced Leonak down to this bot lane. Just feeling like Q maybe getting picked off a bit too much on the Skywrath and not having a great old time. It's going to go into the mid lane instead on that Skywrath and try to help Fearless out a bit. Actually, I suppose Q should make his way back down.
That does relieve some pressure up top. In the solo lane, Wami can just sit back, spam out the overwhelming odds, get some CS. Of course, Jackie starts to build up here. So the troll farm is starting to line up. You need to make this aggression work down bot.
Gonna try. Better link out from DB, but he's taking so much damage, and Fearless is just gonna finish him off on the puck. Now the coil out. They have caught another. It's gonna be LYM into the Ancient Seal from Q, and that should be the Earth Spirit Goddess. Fearless will be able to get a double kill going on the puck. Geniuses shouldn't be too happy about that, but for Motivate Trust, things are looking very good.
Definitely, they're starting to find that early aggression. Fearless finally getting out with the first successful rotation with the Dream Coil. finds a good set of kills, and that is some relief that Masaros definitely needed. He's nowhere near the Vanguard yet, trying to go for the phase boots on top of it. And the item timings for a Jug just feels so sensitive. You want the Vanguard up to block a lot of early damage. You want that to build into your blink while you're farming the jungle. You do need that relief coming out. I think the one thing is Mamang Dai is still allowed to free farm here. Massive Madness being built up by the Jug. That's going to speed up your farm and early Omni Slash potential. See LYM trying to go for a smoke play, but looks like he might just go for a ward run and does make sure that the jungle's not going to be stacked up too much, so they can start contesting if there are and start to line up perhaps for some more aggression on AG's end, but it does feel like they'll need some more levels before they can get anything done.
Very true. Leonak gonna spot out LYM. Stomp. Not gonna connect. LYM gonna be just fine, but there is a chase coming in. Q. Because his shot goes to the neutral camp, LYM still trying to run. Fearless does have the silence and has the coil if he needs it. He's holding on to it for now. LYM gonna roll, but Fearless will eventually throw the coil out. Yeah, the third kill for our Puck already. In a very tough game for the Earth Spirit. Just unable to really find anything across the map, which is concerning for this hero because it doesn't really tend to catch up very well.
Yeah, it's down to the fact that you don't really have great lanes to rotate to. Your best bet is bot lane with DB. Mid lane with a Jug, you could try to line up a stun, but it is a Puck. It's just very hard to catch out. You need to be perfect with your follow-up silence. Otherwise, Fearless is just going to be able to zip away. So, just not many good angles for LYM, and that just means that he is forced to watch his course farm while he kind of doesn't really get the kills he wants in Jack Gold, which means Motivate Trust, they've got that 2k lead up. They've recovered here on Masaros. The Vanguard is up sub 10 minutes, so the timing's still fairly decent, but you have the Mask of Madness up on Mamang Daya. Clearing out the camps is going to be a lot easier for the Jug, and the farm should accelerate. He is lagging behind Jackie still, so you're still in a very good spot here for MTG. Looks like Jackie is opting for the early Maelstrom build, which will allow him to join fights early while also still having efficiency in the jungle. That's always good news here for the Troll. Doesn't want to go into farm war. With no Battle Fury in the Jug as well, it's not going to amount to too much of a net worth difference. I think that's going to keep them relatively even to each other. Or also, what we need to look for now is Masaros for his phase boots into Blink. It's got to come out if they want to make some aggressive movements happen. But for now, looks like the supports are just moving around here.
But they are. Omni, Q, they get taken out. Fearless takes a lot of damage. LYM coming in for a big roll, but Fearless is not going to really get connected by that. Spin is going to be there, however, Mamang Daya still trying. Fearless will try for the deny all the way to the low ground. Is he going to be able to get out? UK Scatter Blast, not going to connect. Fearless will go for the TP, and he is going to be just fine. How unfortunate for Army Geniuses.
That was so close, and if they found that Puck kill, that would have been a 3-kill streak in their way as well. Miss out now, DD.
Look at the damage output. Masaros with the spins. Static Link, a little bit hard for him to keep going, and he won't risk his own life for it.
My thanks.
DB's job this game, of course, is just going to be focusing in on Jackie, but now he hasn't really had that chance to focus on Masaros. But of course, Masaros with the spin, it is pure damage, so he doesn't really care too much if his right-click damage gets taken away. As long as he gets the call off into a couple of spins, he'll be happy.
Still lines up really nicely. I think as the game goes on, when some damage piles on your Razor here, that's where it can get a bit dicey, as your taunt only lasts so long, your bonus armor only lasts for so long. Innately, the axe isn't the best in terms of armor, so you're going to have to mitigate that. But again, the build-up, it does look like Masaros is bypassing the phase boots just straight into the Blink, which I appreciate. Like, he definitely needs to be up in front, get ready to set up for Fearless or follow up on Fearless's Dream Coils, and just play from there. So once you have that Blink up, that should lead to MTG looking for more openings here. For now, when it comes down to farm, again, they maintained a slight lead at 3k, getting a lot of free space for Jackie up top. The Maelstrom's almost done for the Troll, and I think you don't really mind. You know that Razor has a bit of a early plateau. Same thing for an LC until more items flow in and the duel starts getting annoying. But it feels like the slower pace is not really to the benefit of Army Geniuses, as they haven't really played with a duel from Wami. They haven't played with the kisses here. You need to see some of those combos fly through.
Stacks out. Mamangtai is going to spot that out. Won't really be able to come in and contest. Meanwhile, bottom side, DB. You're right. They tried to make the jump on the Razor. Quite able to get him down, and he's just going to make sure he remains down at that safe lane and keeps that tier 1 tower protected. Masteros now with the Vanguard can very comfortably start creep skipping. So Fearless even going to join him now. They're going to try and go after this tier 1, but first they want DB. He'll go for the TP out. Fearless coil, not going to be there. Masteros even pings out exactly where he was, but it was just a bit too late. Meanwhile, stacks are being taken by Mamangtai. Again, he did spot out Liana, trying for those stacks in the jungle. He'll take these away from Jackie now.
Yeah, that's pretty painful. Like 2 massive stacks being bursted through. More farm for Mamangtai. Jackie's not going to lag too far behind because of this, but he definitely wanted to punish, but they were too stuck down bot trying to get that kill. They're going to commit for the push now in that bot tier 1. Wami's around to kind of stop it, but he doesn't have a blink. There's no clean angle for the duel. Just going to have to work his way outside of the sticky spot as soon as the tower falls.
Wami, he was hanging around the safe lane, but realizes he can't really show up. Instead, Army Geniuses, they're going to try and push out the top tier 2. There is a big chance for Motivate Trust to defend this, and they're going to try now, as Masteros already has the blink up, and of course Fearless does have the coil. Fall in is going to catch out the junk, even through the spin, but Mamangtai for now still going to be alright. He does not have the mana output though for the Omni, and is going to drop the Ancient Seal and the Mystic Flare, and now the Battle Trance is out onto TP, but the Static Link still soaking away, or rather sapping away the damage of Jackie, but they will get another kill onto LYM, back in onto DB. They love the Razor, Jackie getting very low, but not low enough.
Your last move.
MTG able to clean up. So it was a risky push to go for Army Geniuses. They still tried, but it did not work out.
There's one issue for AG right now is that they don't have a natural frontliner. Like, nothing like an axe that can soak out initial damage. You could maybe have DB take that frontline role. He doesn't have any major items yet to help him do that. In that situation, you did have Mamangtai all the way up front. And the Jug just has some early mana issues. Like, Omni Slash is 200 mana, Blade Fury is 90. You go through more than half your mana already from spamming those spells out. And you really want to at least have some pocket mana ready for the Omni, but the silences coming through from MTG are just too hard.
Absolutely.
You won't be seeing me around.
Lane. Oh, they've started. Mystic Flare out. Wami's already gone, but they've lost Masteros. A 1-for-1 trade on those offlaners. Stomp out from Leonac to set up, but LYM silence out on Fearless, and now the Omni Slash. Leonac's gone. Fearless, he's going to try and orb away again and might just make it. That Mamangtai, the one in trouble now on the junk, is going to try and run and will be alright. Meanwhile, Fearless jumped on again, but do they have the damage output? The answer is no. No, they do not. Fearless, he gets away with the skin of his teeth again. They just cannot kill off this puck.
You know what I realized is a really dumb combo, Mike? Ancient Seal plus Witch's Blade.
Oh yeah, that's
that is an insane amount of burn. I saw Mamangtai. He was just like melting. Like he could not commit further in that fight. And you have to watch that. As long as you're silenced up, puck gets a right click, you will burn. It is a considerable burn as well. So it's lining up here for MTG. 5k lead, 5 to 10 at 16 minutes in. They're getting the farm they want on Jackie. They're getting the early presence they want from Masteros. He is opting for the blade mail next. So we'll return some damage back. Very effective against something like the Jug. Mamangtai's got to watch himself here. He needs something defensive down the line. BKB won't help your cause against the call, but it'll still help against a lot of the other silences coming through here.
See that, John? Masteros agrees with my build.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Jug. It's a Jug, right? You still need a blade mail against a Jug. It's like not buying blade mail against PA. Everyone's going to report you, you know?
Pain. DB. Isn't he with the plasma field? LYM now caught out into the Mystic Flare. Well, that is a lot of damage out. He is going to die immediately. Been out TB. He's going to try and move in onto Masaros, but they are locked down by the coil. Mamangtaya is still going to just chase him down, and eventually Masaros might just die, but another nice call out is not going to be enough to save his life. Still the Earth Splitter. Mamangtaya gets caught in it. Now Fearless back in on the puck, back into the Razor. Jackie, Mules up, Hooky away, but the sleep does connect from Leonak. Jackie, he'll keep moving in onto the Razor and does get another kill. Still Mamangtaya kills off the Auto Titan, but now the battle trance there from Jackie back in onto Wami. Wami's going to try and run, but it's not looking great for them. They are still trying to fight, in fact, but Fearless will be able to pick up a double kill back into LYM on top of the cliff. The roll away, he might just be fine, but UK looks to be stuck. There's your ensnare out. Jackie will get another. A 4-for-2 trade. Definitely quite favorable for the side of Motivate. In fact, it was a 5-for-3.
Oh yeah, the respawns are just really short that you can come back in there for LYM. And MTG, they're building up that lead. 6k up now. They're showing that early aggression. Masaros, once he finds that call target, the follow-up with a Skyrat Mage, it's just so easy to pull off. Get the flare off, get the silence off, they will just melt. And you get the sudden numbers advantage. You play with the Dream Coil. It's not even an Ags upgraded Dream Coil. It's a bit early for that, but it's enough to counteract. The Razor running around, the Jug has to use his spin earlier than he'd like, and just running out. They don't have the best setup for the kisses here, so UK gets a full channel through, but they have no way of holding people down outside of the Earth Spirit stun and maybe the cookie to really get that done, and the duel. And you can see MTG, they just smoke again. They don't have long cooldowns to play with.
Ball on target, Masaros just on the edge with the Mystic Flare again from Q. It's going to be more enough damage, and now LYM has also been caught. Jackie gets a mega kill streak. You start to look at this draft of Army Geniuses and wonder if they can pull this game back their way. Mamangtaya, he's still trying to work towards the SNY, but it does feel like he needs the Aghanim Scepter up. And as well as that, these silences are causing huge problems for Mamangtaya. Like the Ancient Seal plus the Waning Rift, it's a bit too much silence. And Mamangtaya, there's been a lot of times where he just could not get the ulti off.
Yeah, he needs some sort of self-dispel. A Manta could work out, but ideally I think in this case you'd want a BKB just because Manta's nice. You do have AoE silences on the puck, so if Fearless holds on to his spell use, you're going to have a nice way to still cancel that off. Still AG, they're smoked up. Looks like they might think about sneaking a Roche. They've got the minus armor on hand. Well, actually, they don't have a little Shredder, but they should have enough damage coming through from Mamangtaya to get this done. The question is MTG going to move in? They don't have wards in the area. This could be a nice freebie for AG.
Don't worry.
I just realized as well, one option for those silences, John, is the shards onto Wami. But it is 20 minutes into the game now, so if you can get those shards up, you could just... I mean, you don't need the shards. You can keep purging the silence without it, but you get my point. This makes it a little bit easier and a little bit safer for Mamangtaya, but LYM... by Fearless, roll, gonna connect onto Jackie, they'll probably get started. No, never mind, the coil is down. Now Masaros from the backside, Mamangtaya gets Mystic Flare down by Q, into DB again, they've got the Yules up. DB gonna get called, and it's not looking great for AG. This is more like the Motivate Plus we know. They're gonna take the Roshan now, Jackie will happily get it on the Troll Warlord, and there you go, they call it. And I agree with it. I agree. Because how do you come back from this? Your Jug's too far behind, 3k net worth behind, there's too many silences, there's too many combinations. Your Raze is basically not a hero. I don't know what they could have done.
Yeah, it's a rough one for
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
I believe I see it. It's from Mr. Himiz. He gave out 5 subs. Thank you.
Turn to pick.
Radiant's turn
Yep.
to pick.
Hey, I'd love one too, Mike. Where's mine? Send it over. Send it over, man. Still, you know what?
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's Lion.
Timber saw.
Doing great, you know, after the earthquake, after my phone's heating up from giving me internet all day. It's doing pretty well despite that, you know, it's holding on. And we do have a really great time here. Game number 3, AG up against Motivate Trust. Motivate Trust managing to take game 2 in very quick fashion. 20-minute GG call from AG. They do manage to pick up the Wami special this time, and they've got the Lion to counteract the puck. So they've got some answers on hand. I think Timbersaw into puck can still be pretty awkward for Timb, just because Dream Coil is very annoying to play against. But once you have Lotus Orb up, doesn't feel as bad. And Motivate Trust, though, just instantly go into the Ursa. So they see the Timb, they just go for the Ursa for Jackie. The matchup there is a bit back and forth. Initially, Timbersaw can rip through an Ursa, but an Ursa, as the game goes on, you can just kind of twack away at the Timbersaw. Fury Swipes stacks up and just burst down to Timb anyway. So reactive armor is not going to be a massive issue. Love the response from both sides. This should lead to some really high aggression early on.
5 seconds remaining.
Meme it up. Coin. Yes, Mr. White. Oh, I didn't even know that happened.
Get a ban.
I didn't know. Oh.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he can play it really well. I think it kind of lines up with the same timings he played with his troll, you farm for a bit. Once you have 1 or 2 items, you're ready to jump forward. And I think that's what we're going to be looking for here from Jackie this time around. AG, they respect man a couple of things. They take out the Nyx and they take out the Masteros X. Did have a really good time last time, just getting the calls, lining up. They had the backup, excuse me, of the Skyrat Mage as well. And that just simplified the process for the Axe to get the burst damage off. Don't want to have to deal with that again. We'll see what Masteros does pick up in the end. And one more thing for AG, in that last game, they played musical lanes a bit. They swapped their roles, so the Jug went mid against the puck. And they had a Razor to counteract the Troll, but it went to the Axe lane on the safe. I feel like you're going to need much less of that. You need very defined lanes, very strong laners coming through, because Motivate Trust does abuse you when you don't have that early presence. So you'll have to watch yourself as the draft develops here.
Radiant's turn to pick.
You know, you're complaining about Axe. I just realized Warlock is definitely going to get nerfed. You know, he is. I saw the win rate, and you know, I've been preaching Warlock since what, 7.27. He's at 53 or something on Divine. I'm like, yep, that's gonna be nerfed. I'm gonna be so sad. I don't know what they're gonna, maybe just take off the DPS upheaval and change the scaling of the slow, because I think that's what enabled. They're probably gonna touch Fatal Bond, so they already did last time, some time ago when Warlock was also popular. They're gonna do it again, I'm sure. Still, no Warlocks here, Mike, and no Earth Spirits. They do take the Ogre Magi on the side of AG, and Clockwork on the side of MTG. So they've got that long range reach with Puck Clockwork here for Motivate Trust. They've got ways to get some really good initiation going their way. For AG's end, Ogre Magi plus Timbersaw, you've got 2 really tanky heroes to stand up front. You've got a great Steroid now for a natural right click hero to come through. You still have the option for, say, that Jug. You could maybe go for the Troll here as well. It has been left in, so you can kind of play around with those options here for DB. With an Ogre Magi, it's very nice. Yeah, they just go Troll, why not? Very stable with the Ogre, very nice to have. Motivate Trust have a nice break source now, though, for the Timbersaw. And Viper is going to make it annoying for Tim, and even the Troll, right? He enrages up, he gets Viper Strike and Poison attacked up. After the rage is off, he's kind of stuck there and just kind of dies if he's too low. So you have to watch that now, as the response from Motivate Trust is pretty nice.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Mids says he's jumping out. Let's talk about crypto, more about how good Mobile Legends is. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yeah?
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Seconds.
Yeah?
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Yeah. For sure. Find it curious that AG managed to, or opted to ban the Grimstroke here in the last pick. It doesn't feel like you have too much flex on Motivate Trust. Maybe they could flex that Puck. In fact, actually thinking about it, with Puck, Viper, and Ursa, they're probably looking for a support here. So looks like they might be expecting the Viper to actually go to that offlane for Masaros. We'll have to see as it goes on. Maybe they flex that Puck here for support on MTG, and we've seen that a couple times. No, they go to CM. So Masaros Viper looks like coming through here. That makes the lane for the troll actually really darn annoying. Like, you don't have the best presence there. The Viper's just going to be a constant nuisance. Viper plus Clockwork, you trap the troll up. You're going to be able to melt him through early on. You're going to have to put a lot of work here on the Ogre Magi to zone them out. So you do have a really tanky body to do that. But the Viper does have a lot of damage, and as the auto attacks fly out, the poison attacks come through, you're not going to enjoy standing in front there for too long, the Ogre.
Choose your hero.
Oh, they...
Yeah, it takes you back to your router right there, Mike. Just reminding you what's in your garage right now still. It's a really strong pick, as you mentioned. It's going to be putting a bit of a curveball there for Motivate Trust. They're going to have to deal with it in some way. And we're going to see if they've had enough. They do have some decent ways of clearing out the Broodlings as they fly out. Once the ult is up and running, you could, you know, just kind of AoE clear with a Crystal Maiden, with a Viper, and even Fearless can kind of handle that for you. So DB's going to have to be careful with his micro there. But you have a lot of early presence as well for DB, so they need to play around with that. It looks like Mamang Daya is on the troll, so that's looking like perhaps a troll mid unless they change around lanes here. But we'll see. It's going to be a really wild game number 3, which is what I love to see. AG and MTG have been really going back and forth in this series, and it's always good to see another wacky draft from both these guys and trying to close out here. Yeah, it's they've already put a dent in that perfect record, so it's already something to be really happy about for AG. In fact, you know, thinking about it, we kind of saw them do an upset as well in the OEDL, right? Like they managed to get that win as well, force a draw in the closed qualifiers. So AG's definitely up there in this specific matchup at least, and we'll see if the follow-through is here. Again, pulling off a bit of a wild card with that last pick. Just have to see how much DB can get done as we do get into the game, and it does look like DB will head to the safe lane. So we will have a mid-troll from Mamang Daya. Mid-troll up against Puck. That sounds manageable for a troll. You can play range, but feels like the Puck should have an edge up there. And see Motivate Trust smoking up, looking for an angle from the top jungle. That's some old school stuff there. Alpha Red Jackie. That is a long time ago now, it feels like.
Oh, geez, I remember that team as well. We used to cast them the qualifiers.
Yeah, and Pundok Gaming as well, right? PG Orca,
yeah.
PG Barrack X.
Oh, the good old days. The good old days indeed. Quick warning to the people in chat. I can't believe I have to say this at the end of the night, but please don't spam. Otherwise you will probably get banned, and we really don't want to ban people from the chat, so please don't spam. We do now have a mod watching, so please don't. Anyway, apart from that, Army Geniuses versus Motivate. Looks like Motivate is going to try and maybe make their way over to the triangle. They've got a nice observer ward on the cliff right now, so they do have vision of Wami. Sneak their way up, and we'll see if they can get it done. Q, he'll be the frontliner. Wami going to try and back. Cross even moving in from the side, and they are going to have to give up the bounty. LYM, meanwhile, he won't be able to stick around for the other either. And it should still amount to a 2-for-2 trade anyway. His army geniuses. For the other. Still have Motivate Trust on their tail, and Mazros might be able to get a bit of damage out with Q if they do manage to catch UK, but in fact, Mazros now TPing to cut him off. UK, he'll run the other way. Q gets the battery assault, and that might be it. UK, it's going to be extremely hard to get away from this. He will fire blast once, but he is definitely dead. Masaros, very fire out, maybe not Q. He's going to keep going. You would have loved to get the kill over to the Viper, but now Q's going to have to try and chase him down, and UK gets another fire blast off. He is going to be just fine, it seems like, as Q could not keep up. Masaros, he walked back for a second, and it does cost them.
Yeah, that's a pretty big missed kill. Surprised Masaros just didn't go for that last right click with the poison attack, and you miss out on that. You do burn a lot of resources on the Ogre, so UK is going to have to ferry more regen, burns the salve on himself, and that should be enough to kind of counteract it, but you've given out a free wave onto DB, so level 2 now on this Broodmother, and you know, Broodmother holds lane really well. You can farm up with your insatiable hunger, the webs start to pile on. It's looking like your router here, Mike. Look at that.
No baby spiders though yet, John, which is the big difference right now. My router does have many babies, many nests. Not a cruel human being either, John. I'm going to give them their space. Be fine. Top lane, Leona, or rather Leonak, going to get caught. He is going to go down. Wami able to secure the first blood, and it is going to be rather difficult for Leonak. He's been playing Elder Titan pretty much every game we've seen him. It's been a while since we've seen the Crystal Maiden pop up, but if you do get caught by the Earth Spike or the Hex, you are going to drop very fast.
Yeah, and that's the one thing with the CM. Very soft in the laning phase. Jackie's still going to have some really decent farm here. Not much Wami can really slow it down, but as the levels come on for LYM, it gets a bit tough. You get worried about the stun combos, and there's only so much Leonak can do here.
Yeah, look at Wami. Very aggressive here onto Jackie, but will be forced to back as the Fury swipes are still a pretty big threat. We'll have a look at that mid lane as well, where you've got Fearless up against Mamang Dyer, and it's another kind of weird mid lane matchup here for AG with the Troll, but I think the Troll should do much better than, say, the Jug up against the Puck, because you're able to secure CS better. You might even have a bit of kill potential at level 6 on this Puck, and for Fearless, I doubt he'll be able to kill him.
Yeah, it's a very stable lane for both sides, unless Mamangaya out missteps just a bit, and you manage to get that burst damage here on Fearless. It should hold steady. The one issue here for the Troll versus Puck, kind of the same issue with a Jug. Like, Fearless has much better control of water runes as it comes out, so if he wants to, he can keep trying to just constantly jump the runes as they come out, maybe snag the opposing bounty rune here as well, and just keep playing with how much more efficient you are with a bottle. Like, Troll has the bottle up as well, so Mamangaya can just spam his own spells. And he is going to go for a cheeky bounty trade, as he saw Fearless kind of going for that, but you're missing out on some farm. I think overall, you're not going to mind too much on either side, but again, it's just a very, very stable lane mid. We're just going to have to see Mamangaya transition out of mid. That's the key thing. We saw him on the Jug last time. He went Mask of Madness. This time around, should be maybe a Maelstrom build on the Troll, but he definitely can't afford to just sit back and farm. Not when the Broodmother's also going to be soaking out a full lane for herself.
Yeah, I mean, DB's still having a great time on this Brood. Masaros not able to slow him down too much. Mid lane still a bit of a fight over these water runes, but Mamang Dyer has been able to secure him every single time. Meanwhile, bot lane UK is going to get caught this time around. Q does have the cogs up now, so you can actually lock down the Ogre. The thing is, though, as long as DB's not dying, I think Army Geniuses are going to be okay with that.
Yeah, there's not much worry. It's still free farm for the Brood. Just right behind the Ursa in terms of farm, but with way more denies than the DB's belt. So you're slowing down the progress of Masaros, although up top.
Leonak taking a lot of damage, but they're trying to get the damage back out onto LYM. Still, Leonak really needs to back. Another chains out is going to be blocked by a tree. Be able to salve up on that Crystal Maiden. Oh, UK. Play around with the small cap, trying to get a pull off, but Q is going to be there to block the stack. that CS board, John. I mean, even the Troll's having a great time. Like, Bumung Daya, top of the CS board, only seconded by his Broodmother. Now Motivate can't really do much in the way of stopping this.
I think they're just going for even farm trade. All the cores are relatively close to each other, not a major advantage from either side. Going down, it's just 31 to 29. The only one lagging behind is really Wami, but that's kind of to be expected from a Timbersaw. So you're kind of happy with the state of the game for both sides. None of them are taking too forward risks, although they do find Masteros at least.
That they do, and that's also a Viper, John. A Viper does tend to drop off a bit if you do fall behind, and at least for now, he's doing just fine in terms of farm. Even has the Falcon Blade already up on the Viper, but you're still going to be very cautious because the hero does tend to drop off a bit. Because the Nether Toxin Break is always going to be nice, but you want a bit more than that. You don't want to be just a walking Nether Toxin the whole game.
Yeah, definitely not. You want to play with a potency with your Clockwork here. Issue is you can't really lock in a Broodmother all too well, so you're going to have to always go for UK.
Well, they've got UK now, but DB immediately out onto Masteros. They're going to kill off the Ogre, but this Broodmother is just going to keep going. And eventually will be forced to back as Q got the job done with the Ogre. See, another nice pickup for MTG. Still no answers for the Brood, though. He will just keep healing himself up with that insatiable hunger. I wonder what kind of itemization you see on DB after this Orb of Corrosion.
Yeah, it's really open for the Brood. Maybe an Orchid coming through just for more silence, more control, more aggression. You can see the movement here from AG, just checking out the jungle, looking for stacks once more. Fearless does manage to at least save it for now, but they still have this really nice flip forward to watch the stack so they can invade once more. We saw them do that in game 2 quite nicely, and that's going to be key in slowing down some of the flash farm coming out, especially for Jackie. You take away those stacks, the Ursa, suddenly even with a fast Battle Fury, doesn't feel like he has that burst farm on hand.
DB for a bit of a chase there onto Q, but won't bother. We'll just go back to farming. Leonak is around now on the Crystal Maiden. I try to make a play here onto DB as Q. Gonna get caught out though. DB gonna make the jump in, but Leonak is gonna make his presence known. They want to try and go onto UK, but it looks like the Ogre is gonna be able to get out of there. And you even saw Fearless trying to make his way down to help the team out, but he couldn't quite get there in time, and that's quite a bad sign. When you've got 3 heroes down against 2, you can't get the position 5 kill. And your mid lane is even rushing down to try and help out.
Yeah, it's just bad news overall, though. They do line up for Bumung Daya.
There's your battle trance out. Even Masteros going to come in now with the Viper trying to go onto the Troll, and they have so many heroes coming in. Clockwork going to get stunned up, but they found the Troll. Q, he's going to be just fine to back out. It took them a bit, but it's definitely worth the Troll kill.
Yeah, they keep down Bumung Daya. He was just free farming a bit too well. Managed to get the punishment off. I think the key thing for Motivate Trust while all of this movement happens is that Jackie is not under any threat at all. Solo lane against Wami is holding even, still top in terms of net worth and CS. Not by much, but this does mean a very stable build-up into the Battle Fury. Only one part off here for Jackie. He did skip his boots upgrade, but you're feeling really good about this. You're just lacking about 1,000 gold, and once you have that, Jackie's just set to flash farm as much as he wants here.
Jackie going to be chased down now by Wami. Going to try and make a run. Wami does have quite a bit of damage output here onto Jackie. Fearless going to rotate with Leonak. They might be able to turn, but Jackie, he does not want to risk it. Wami looking a bit too tanky on this Timber right now, and I suppose maybe they could turn now with the high ground advantage. In fact, they found LYM on the Lion. LYM can't get Q in time, it seems, and will drop. Q will be okay to back.
Won't last long.
Of course, Wami on the Timber, probably not going to be too happy about that.
No. He doesn't manage to line up for the kill. He doesn't die at the least, but it feels a bit unnecessary to have the line in that position. So it's a freebie for MTG coming through. They will line up once more for Jackie, though, and he is alone now.
He's under attack.
That he is, but can you kill him? You need somebody to get in there to just stun him up immediately, and that's just not the case right now. Suppose you could just keep accepting the fact that the DB is farming on the Brood, and As Mamang Daya is back to farming on the troll, but your concern is that Jackie's going to have that Battle Fury up soon. And he is going for that Battle Fury rush over going for the treads first. So playing much greedier on the Ursa, but if you can get away with this, it does feel quite impactful.
Definitely does, and it should open up the Roche opportunity as well. Once you have that Battle Fury up, the damage is going to be nice enough to go for that. And again, there's just no rotations coming through from AG. They've got a passive mid here, and Mamang Daya is just farming up as well. So basically, all 3 lanes are just farming. Even DB, now you could say DB's having a great time. The Ags is going to come out timely for the Broodmother. But everyone else on Motivate Trust is ready to move around the map here.
They are. Coil out from Fearless. Q going to come in now onto Wommy. They'd love to get the Timber Sword down. Wommy taking a lot of damage with the Viper Strike out, and it should be enough. Without that Timber, oh, what a hook shot. Q! Just a completely blind hook shot out onto LYM. Maybe he had vision from the rocket flare, but a great hook shot nonetheless. Leonak will be the one to take the kill on the Crystal Maiden, and again for Army Geniuses, well, actually, never mind.
What?
Jackie gets taken out solo by DB.
I just don't understand why Jackie would show at bot. Like, everyone left, the tier 1 fell. If he wanted, he could have played in the triangle, but to show in the lane itself is just, without backup, super risky for the Ursa. He still had a top jungle to farm in. Case that kill, the kill that's coming out from MTG just don't feel very worthwhile. If you give out your Ursa, he loses his net worth lead. It's looking a bit better for AG. DB now is playing around with the Spiderlings. So it's definitely looking like a router out here. And the bot lane's just completely infested. They can't stop DB at this point. He's just too big. Once the Ags is up, even more of the map is going to be denied off. The side of MTG need to be very cautious with where they put Jackie to farm up here.
They do. UK and LYM now going to smoke up on Army Genius's end of things and move into that dire jungle. The only target they're going to have around is Masaros. In fact, never mind, Q's going to show up now on the Clockwork, but they're already jumped in on the Viper. You've got Wommy there with the Whirling Cat, but Fearless is going to show up on with the Dream Coil out. They might just have enough to burst down both supports, while Masaros, he's just not dying. The Chakram not going to be enough. UK trying to get the damage out, but they just melt. Masaros, he tries for the TP back to the fountain. Will not work, and he will eventually die, but it's at a great cost for Army Geniuses.
Definitely is. The one thing I think they're trying to do here is they're playing 3 Protect 2. Because they've got a Troll and a Broodmother farming up. So it's 3 heroes buying space for 2. In that sense, it's kind of working out. Like, the 3 heroes die, but DB, again, is free farming. Mamang Daya is playing catch up on the Troll. Maelstrom is almost done. And at that point, the Troll can really start to dish some damage through. Side of MTG, well, they've got the Battle Fury on Jackie. It's a bit more comfy standing in front, clearing out the creep waves. You could cleave through the Spiderlings as well if you're not careful. I think we need to see something defensive for Jackie Rush. Maybe a BKB after the power treads, just to ensure he's not going to be kited around by that Silken Bola, by the stuns and the hexes coming through from AG's draft, and just have that forward presence. If you get that timing for Jackie, this early spike from Army Geniuses might not feel as great. They still need to play quick. Like, you have a Brood, it can kind of scale nicely into late game, but your strength is still in that early to mid. So you have to get a little bit more done here on DB, and once the Axe is up, he needs to look at invading other lanes and forcing more towers out.
Yeah, gonna be targeted. Cog's pushback is gonna be there, and now the coil's out from Fearless. Leonak gonna move in to lock down the Ogre. Here comes Masaros as well on the Viper. They just want Wommy dead on that Timber, and it looks like he is set to fall. Meanwhile, Mamang Daya does at least kill off Leonak, but it is not worth it, and now they will turn around on the Troll. Mamang Daya needs a way out of this. He does have the Battle Trance. That might be enough. The silence was not there in time by Fearless, but it won't matter. They have so much control. They will lose Q, but they get the Troll. And it's going to feel very worthwhile for Motivate Trust. It's just 2 supports for 2 cores. You can't say no to that. The only problem is, though, John, DB did get the bottom tier 2 tower at the bot lane.
Tower is under attack.
And that's a good use of the space coming out for DB. Has managed to, again, kind of counteract that net worth swing by spreading out some more gold. and also denying out a complete lane here. It's going to be tough for them to clear out. Leonak has to commit the freezing field just to kill some of those spiderlings, and they just go back into the webs anyway. So, man, you know, you can't even deal with spiders in Dota 2. You can't deal with them in real life. They're just in. Once they're in, they don't leave.
Nope.
In game as well. Even the cold doesn't stop them, Mike.
You can't, John. You just let them be. Just don't become their enemy and you'll be fine. Smoke is there from Army Geniuses. Wami going to move in with LYM. Also got UK around the Ogre. They're just going to go for the outpost for now. That is one of the big advantages of the Brood getting that tier 2 tower is you're going to be able to soak so much more XP out of the outposts and deny so much away from Motivate Trust.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You can just remain on the high ground, get some D wards out. Motivate, they're going to keep trying to go after this mid-tier 1 tower.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
I think they're still very confident to go for a fight against Army Geniuses if necessary. Mind you, we haven't seen a fight yet with DB on the Brood. They're going to go in with the Viper Strike. Onto UK, that'll be an easy Ogre death. No problem for Massaros. However, the top tier 2 tower is under siege and DB. They force Fearless to come back in and rotate, and now the buyback. They're going to try and start a fight. Massaros, he's been left behind. He will try to force staff away, but he needs to try and man up, and it looks like it is not going to work out for him. They will get at least the Viper. It does cost them an Ogre buyback. At least it's something.
That's pretty worthwhile. Killing off Massaros. They don't manage to save that in the tier 1 though, so it doesn't feel as good. They kind of managed to make it work, and the side of Motivate Trust can't really do as much. You saw Fearless bail out early on to clear out the top tier 2, because DB switched that lane. The Axe is up on Brood here, although...
Yeah, Fearless, that'll be a massive pick-off. They can get the puck and they got the Hex out. Fearless going to drop. Leonak going to try with the Priest to the fight back. Mamong Daya, very low Q, hook shot. He's going to connect with his own creep wave. Very unfortunate there, as they probably would have gotten Mamong Daya, and the Troll had that hook landed, but it just wasn't the case.
Rock it on.
Yeah, and it's just a bit awkward now for Motivate Trust. They lose their mid tower in exchange, so they don't really have a advantage, especially since they lost their bot lane completely. And you've got DB freely working the top lane. Got 1,000 in the bank. Already has the Ogre Axe up. Could be the Sange or BKB. Not quite showing it yet, just flying more clarities. So you're open in itemization here for the Brood. You don't have a major net worth advantage show on the hero, but you've got those level spikes. You've got all the presence in the world. And it's very hard for Motivate Trust to hold you down. They are making a swing up top, though.
Fearless, Hex, not going to be there in time, but the Earth Spike, it does land into the finger. Just on the edge there for LYM, but a great start to this fight as Q now is going to try and hook shot in after Mamong Daya, but they don't get the cogs to hold down the Troll. LYM, he may die for this, but it's well worth his life. He'll try for the TP out. He is going to make it. Oh, Motivate Trust, they get nothing. Absolutely nothing for their trouble.
Yeah, and it's all coming down to the fact that Fearless is always so far forward very early on. He's not respecting that line. There's a lot of burst, a lot of control just from that one hero for the puck, and that's why you see a lot of lines into puck. Just a great counter pick overall. You're going to need to be much more cautious in stalling out for your team. They aren't too far behind here. MTG just bounces to a less than 1k lead for AG, so it's still a really even game in that sense. 9-12, but the map control is just really scary. AG can be all over the place. DB has still not died, has been not contested, and the BKB is almost up for this Brood, so no matter what way you're looking to hold her down, it's not going to be enough while that BKB lasts long.
Onto that top tier 2 again they go. Army Geniuses, they are making this work so far. It's a 9-12 with a 1k advantage for Motivate Trust, but in terms of objectives, they are well and truly ahead.
Illusion.
Motivate.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
To move in.
Dire's
No, they're going to go through the mid lane now.
under attack.
So not actually looking for the fight. They're going to try and force pressure in this mid lane and force them back to defend, but no, they're sticking around. It's not going to be that hard to get the tier 2 top tower. They've got it.
Yeah, just really easy. You've got the Troll who can stand in front, the fervor stacks just build up, and there's not much MTG can do. They have to be cautious. Only one outer tower left. Top jungle now just completely covered in webs as well.
Tower.
And that just gives so much easy free Roche access for AG once they start eyeing that objective. Again, a BKB for DB is going to come out soon. You will have a BKB up for Jackie soon as well. In fact, it should be flying in, so Jackie might be ready to go with Blink BKB on hand on the Ursa. Just need to find a good target. Like if you want to squash DB down, you have to be ready with some really good chain stuns. Otherwise, this Broodmother, BKB flying through as well, is not going to be an easy target to squish down, and you kind of miss that early time when a Brood just feels much more manageable. At this point, it's that major spike for the Brood, and they just have to be picking off everyone else in backline. You do see the smoke here from MTG. They've got the hook ready.
Now they're going to try for the
just look for
Roshan.
LYM.
They'll try for the Roshan first, and I think they're just going to try and sneak this away and slow the momentum down of Army Geniuses. Army Genius is not quite aware yet, but they are making their way over, and now with the webs in, they'll know. But hookshot out from Q and freezing field from Leonard, trying to hold back the Spider. Jackie, he's got the Aegis. They're just going to try and run away. It looks like their Clockwork and Fearless are going to sacrifice themselves. They'll lose 3 for that. But they did get the Aegis. Now the only question is, will they be able to hold on to it? Because DB is chasing Jackie. He will give up on it. He won't go all the way. They'll leave the Ursa be. They still maintain control over this map though. And really the only negative thing for Army Geniuses thus far in this game has been the fact that they've lost the Roshan.
Yeah, man, I don't think they're going to mind that too much. Again, we're just seeing the weaknesses of the puck here. Like, Fearless gets fingered up, the damage still flies through from LYM, tries to dodge out, but the cut through was there from Wami. It just kind of lines up in the end. Jackie, with the Aegis, I don't know if you really have openings to be aggressive here. Like, the positioning of AG is just super safe. They play as 4, play as 5 for the most part. If they are split up, it's just DB farming alone. And he's very well protected with a BKB on the Broodmother. So even if you catch Brood alone, it doesn't feel like it's the best target until a Basher is up in Jackie. That is coming in. It's just still a ways off. Still about 900 gold away. So you have to wait for that to be farmed up first. And you finally see AG start to take that farm lead. Up now at 2k. You've got the Heaven's Halberd on Wami. So even if you stand in front there, Jackie has to be preemptive with BKB. Otherwise, he gets disarmed in the middle of a fight. It's not going to feel good for the Ursa.
No, it is not. UK. Back off. Q. Have that hook shot. Doesn't necessarily want to go onto the Ogre first, though. You need a much better target than that, I think. Q, yeah, he's going to break the smoke. Goes for the Fire Blast. Will just lock them down, and they're going to have to accept what they get. UK, he's going to try and KP out. He does not get out of this. Q is going to hookshot and get the kill. But it is going to mean the rest of Army Geniuses are going to be just free to leave. Again, MTG, they definitely wanted more than that.
Yeah, it's not quite enough. Like, their rotations just aren't lining up for these big pickoffs. And they can't handle DB. Just, again, constantly up top. A million sentries on hand here from Motivate Trust, but no vision. They can't really see in the area and make use of that. AG, they're still buying out really good space here from Mamang Daya. SNY up. BKB of his own coming out next. You do have the Basher finally finished on Jackie, so you can focus in on the Brood if he wants to, and he's rushing into the Monkey King bar, into the Ag Shard as well. You're gonna have that Earth Shock and Rage buff, which is always nice. It'll help you kind of ride through the Heaven's Halberd if you don't get the BKB preemptively, but you really need to line your initiation up here. They're going for the tier 2. Should be able to find it, but their tier 3 is going to be under pressure for a bit.
And it will. A lot of spiders flying in now onto that tier 3 tower. Fearless is going to try and just take them out, and does. You've got that phase shift attack, and it's not going to be too hard to get the spiders with that. Army Geniuses, whether they like it or not, they're going to have to commit as a team to go high ground. I think that's where the problems may start to begin here for Army Geniuses. Jackie is slowly but surely getting bigger and bigger. Mind you, Mamang Daya is doing the exact same thing on the Troll. He is quite big himself. Not quite as farmed as Jackie. Still a very even game. Like, you look at that net worth graph, and right now it's actually less than 1k, so it just hasn't updated all the way. It's been a very even game throughout this whole game number 3, and just feels like it can go anyone's way.
Oh,
Hook. Gonna be onto the Lion. They'll get LYM. The Lion dead. They may feel confident to try and make some form of play happen. So they will get started on that mid-tier 2 tower now. Nobody can be pushing out that top lane, so they won't have to worry about the split push. And Fearless can always come in with the boots of travel.
Yeah, but look mid. DB cuts the wave. They don't have a follow-up wave. They can't really get the push going. And all of a sudden, AG are the ones on the offensive. Running up, they can easily pincer with DB here as well if they find a good angle. And they do smoke up.
And they do. Exactly where MTG's gone as well. A very prime kind of opportunity now for Army Geniuses. Paints forward, they found Masaros on the Viper. That's how they'll get started. Masaros, they're going to force staff away. Gets another Toxin down. A nice con spike Q as well to block the wave. And now they'll turn on the Timber. That'll be Wommy gone already. Mamang Daya is going to try and back. The Aegis does expire, mind you, so this could be dangerous for Jackies. Now they'll go back into Masaros. Battle Trance there, even through the coil. They'll get Q dead. Fearless needs to back off, and Masaros, he will go down. But Jackie is back in, and he'll clean up Mamang. Gets UK as well. On the Ursa DB, you'll be able to BKB TP out just fine. Bit of a prolonged team fight, but MTG, they do manage to come out on top.
Yeah, you can see the damage output here of Jackie just overwhelming the side of AG. Like this build on our troll on Mamangaya, Maelstrom, and SNY is nice, but he's not going to be cleaving the same way Jackie will. So if you clump up in a tight spot like that, Jackie will punish you. He's got the Basher up. Next time DB shows up, you saw him prioritize just TPing and BKB and TPing home because he knows he can't stand and fight against that. Has to be a bit cautious with his positioning. If he gets caught out, if he dies even once, it feels like the Broodmother can start to collapse in on itself there, and just have to be really cautious. They haven't made headway in the high ground from AG. I think that's where it gets dicey. We're at 27 minutes in, they cleared out the map so quick, but they couldn't find the main objective. They couldn't make a headway into that Ancient, and the Broodmother does feel very sensitive in its timings, despite the tweaks to the hero. It still feels relatively early to mid. And Leonak?
Oh, Leonak. He's gonna split out DB, but they get the rocket flare off. They aren't going to make the chase, however. TG just going to back off. It's like Fearless might have the Aghanim Scepter up very soon, and maybe just wait that out on the puck before you go any further. It does feel like that next Roshan is going to be extremely important for either side, and I'd say even more important for AG though. You saw Jackie, even without using that Aegis, was able to clean up the Radiant side. You give him another Aegis plus a Shards upgrade, there's going to be problems.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be really potent coming through if they're allowed to get that. The AoE and the Silken Bowl is just so annoying. And you will have the MKB for Jackie, so it's only the slow that's going to be a massive issue, but it's still going to be annoying for the Ursa nonetheless. And it's on edge for Jackie, like he has to be very careful with when he pops his BKB as well. It just complicates matters when DB gets that additional presence with the Ag Shard. Next Roche, we're going to find in about half a minute when the respawn is. So far, MTG though, 3k lead up in their end. They're the ones playing against the Broodmother. So they're going to be feeling great about the state of the game right now. There's a smoke out from AG, but there's no one in that top jungle anymore. They've learned their lesson. They're just playing bot to get that safe farm up.
Tower faces a stiff win.
Wommy needs to be careful. They see the flamethrower in the mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DB seems very confident in split pushing, but we haven't seen much of him in a team fight recently. Seems to struggle quite a bit in that aspect. Even with the BKB up. I mean, Geniuses may just want to kind of rotate to Mamang Daya being that main kind of position 1 now. Meanwhile, Jackie, he does have that big MKB up. Do get a little bit more concerning now as the Ursula just going to hit that much harder, and he's not going to miss either. Sean, still got a minute and a half to go. So AG, they're going to start the pressure at that top lane. Motivate, they'll stick around the river for now. There's your smoke up. They're going to try for something.
Is under attack.
walking in the wrong direction here. No one's playing in the triangle. Looks like both sides haven't figured out that they're just playing the opposite ends of the map right now. They could wrap around. He could look for a nice hook angle here if he wants to.
Wami would be a nice way to start. He doesn't really feel that tanky if you catch him without the reactive armor stats. Among Daya, not going to be spotted. Jackie's going to run to the Roshan pit and Wami just chain out. DB will start moving his way in now on the Brood. Both teams going to be very desperate for this next Roshan. It's like Motivate, they're going to apply the mid lane pressure instead. They'll try to force Army Geniuses back this way.
Yep. Just get that pressure on the mid lane, force someone to come back in, break off the eventual team fight in the pit. You've got good progression here as well now for Masaros. BKB's up and running on our Viper. So it's not going to be as scary for Masaros if he's caught out. He can stand in the middle, get his own damage off, use all his spells. You've also got the Ags riding here on Fearless. Good Dream Coil Ags upgrade is there. And they are keeping eyes on the Roche. Respawn is in about 5 seconds. It's going to be a big one for both sides. Both sides will have to commit for that fight.
Oh, Jackie is onto DB. He's going to try and get himself out through the webs. There's your Roshan now. DB will scout. How is he allowed to be in that spot? Never mind that, because it looks like Mamang Daya is going to pop a battle trance. What's not in? Q is in with a great cogs out. He's caught two of them. Mamang Daya is going to pop the BKB. He will kill Q, but he is stuck with a very angry bear right now. Jackie, he will get the kill to the troll. DB dies as well. They try to fight this one out. Wami, he is going to drop to boot. LIM is going to try for the TP, but Jackie has the damage. An ultra kill out for the Ursa. One more for a rampage. You know the man wants it. Here he comes. There's a rampage. Jackie gets it. A nice rampage. Fearless with the tip as well. And your MTG.
A prize.
Did you, excuse me, did you happen to see what happened with the troll, John? Why did he battle trance?
Fearless jumped right onto him. The bigger issue there, I don't think the battle trance was hit. The big issue was DB popped BKB but broke the Ags upgrade Dream Coil. He did not notice the Dream Coil was upgraded. He was stuck in the middle and he just got bashed free from Jackie. So that's the downfall right there. They just didn't check the items. They had enough time and they just underestimate the farm. And now they lose a tier 3. Lane's going to shove in a bit. There's a double damage here for Motivate Trust to go into the Roche pit. Beautiful timing as usual. They don't spot it out, but they'll eventually. And this is going to be big. Ag shard to be given out. I wonder who they give it to. In this case, Jackie already has this. Maybe Masaros or Fearless. Could be nice. Heck, even the CM? Actually, the CM is probably the best, in my opinion. But yeah, it looks like they actually do pass it. Leonak has the Ag shard, so he can actually blink in, cast the freezing field first, blink in, get his damage control off. That is going to be really annoying. Aw, shame. He hands it back.
Yeah.
But Masaros handed it to Leonak. You just take it. You don't ask questions, Leonak. If a core gives you an item, you just say yes, please. You know?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Bottom lane, Fearless in with the Dream Coil, and that's Wami gone. And now with the 16k net worth advantage, things looks very difficult for Army Geniuses. Very difficult indeed. Even the Viper, John, with that chance up, he can actually get the poison attack on the buildings. So you have even more damage output for these objectives now for the Masaros.
Oh yeah.
You start to ask the question, what do Army Geniuses do? The Brood's not doing anywhere near enough, and neither is the Troll.
That's the big issue. They went with a really greedy draft. The Brood alone's fine, but they also went Troll, which has a bit of a curveball, but Mamang Daya just doesn't have enough to be super impactful just yet. And Jackie's just able to really be that bigger core. 26k net worth, a good 8k above everyone else next to him. Take down the tier 3 bot, and yeah.
Look at Masaros. He's doing damage to the towers, but because he has a growth bow as well, he's amplifying the magic damage on the objective.
Oh my god, that is disgusting.
Look at that. You love to see it.
Negative 35% resist in the building.
Yes.
Negative 46. That is
what do you do, John? Just good stuff to see. Viper shards, it's a thing. MTG now, 2 racks is up, 19k net worth lead, and
Bombing in.
I mean, Army Geniuses, John, they still have the great split push with DB, but that's about all they've got. They're going to try and smoke up, but this could be the last-ditch team fight. If this doesn't work out... Oh, Jackie's already broken the smoke. Wami's going to chain in, but they are ready for a Jackie. Right to the back lines. UK not going to drop yet, but no, he does. Q does manage to get it. Still Jackie dropping quite low. Will lose the Aegis. That is one life, but the hook shot in from Q, gonna stun them up. Jackie has to turn around and try to fight this one out. There's your coil, there's your enrage. He is trying, but they are attacking very, very fast. Jackie gonna turn back around now, getting DB onto Wami. He is not really that tanky anymore. The Tibble will drop. Mamang Daya, he's gonna try, but he will drop as well. And there's your GG call. They have had enough. Motivate, trust. They do lose one game. They lose their undefeated streak in terms of single games. But in terms of series, they are still undefeated.
Yep, they managed to keep that streak up. AG putting up a really good fight throughout the series, taking one game.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Enchantress.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Mirana.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Brood mother.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's ban now. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Ten seconds. The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Behold the Horn of Magnus.
Ten seconds left by my count. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick.
Rubik.
Dire's turn to pick.
Phantom Assassin.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Void Incarnate.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds
Here's
remaining.
the
Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's turn to pick. Ten seconds. 5 seconds. What'll it be?
Radiant's turn to pick.
Life Stealer. Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Slaughter. Choose your hero. Prepare for battle.
You have learned nothing. You have learned nothing.
"30 seconds to battle." And we're clear for running.
What a lovely brood.
Bicho, agora que eu vi que... a overlay vai dar uma falhada aqui, né? Mas tudo bem. Não tá mais fixa, né?
What a lovely brood.
You have learned nothing.
What a surprise.
And we're underway.
Dire's courier just went belly up.
Not for you.
We say no.
Welcome back, landlubber. Get any salt in your lungs?
I am compelled to thank you. Cut bait.
First blood!
First blood! And so much more shall soon be spilled.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
Not fast enough.
You get nothing.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
Can I?
I'll take your tribute. Are Radiant using echolocation?
That should
My
help.
path leads to riches.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Radiant's courier has been killed. They're fishing for guppies with cannon fire.
Radiant fortified their structures. Attack the
Radiant's
hero!
bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
I sound the depth. The entirety of your existence.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
This will hasten my footfalls.
Throw a line to Radiant's middle tower.
It's sinking, just like your ships.
Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A bauble from the void.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire's top tower needs some friends.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Invisibility.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wait up.
Killing spree! Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell.
Nothing.
Radiant think fortification can save them.
Any important as
Dominating! Middle tower is under attack.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures?
Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Shadows take us.
Regeneration!
Mega kill! Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Don't run away.
I'll take your treatment.
Dire have the spyglass at hand. Roshan's dead. Stop me if you've heard this one.
Killing spree!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Dire's courier has been killed. I could eat one of those.
Shadows take us.
Ownage! Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Go for my master.
Dire's top tower is about to take the
Radiant's
plunge.
middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Your life.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Years up.
Killing spree!
Dire structures are fortified.
Dominating!
Killing spree! Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Swallowed up by a bigger fish.
And then by me.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is about to take the
Radiant's
plunge.
middle tower can't handle
Dire's
this
top
deluge.
tower is gone.
That should help.
Middle tower is under attack. Unstoppable! Handle this deluge. Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll take your tribute.
Then
I restore my connection.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Invisibility.
Mega kill! Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower just got knocked down. Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Outrage! Dire's middle tower just got knocked down. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
Is this how Dire's middle barracks fall?
Dire's middle barracks have fallen.
And home! Radiant victory!
Fun night.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's ban now.
Here's the Radiant ban.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Seconds.
Welcome
sure,
back,
this is good. A lot of fights.
5 seconds remaining.
Punished in the stage, but he always finds the farm.
Dire's turn to pick.
Cleaner farm, but you will also find.
The thing is, we always try to focus on the positives. Positives is can't be worse than last game.
True.
Exactly.
So whatever they pick, no matter how hard it's countered,
well,
it should be
let's
better.
not get ahead of ourselves, Black. Haven't seen a single hero on the board quite yet. And they are now going to be playing into an IO.
5 seconds remaining.
Surprising.
Maybe they're thinking it's a core IO or support IO.
Mirana.
They'll take bonus time.
They did not take bonus time, but they didn't pick anything like an AA or whatever.
Well, Mirana against Io. Dominic, 550 MN.
Easy. Just need some stun set up on not a hero.
Some of the Dominator also got a buff.
Seconds.
Yep.
For that pretty big.
5 seconds remaining.
Which was also pretty big.
Yeah, but big number.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Stop trying to get his math certificate, Black. You're not going to get it. We only had the budget for one piece of paper.
And I paid the $400 for 300 on discount, right?
Here's the
Couldn't get the
Radiant
esports
band.
certificate, so you had to get a math certificate instead.
Early bird discount. Yeah.
Early bird discount. Hey, it's a support IO.
Or maybe not.
I mean, I would be hyped to see like what mid gyro, 5 gyro. Yeah,
Mid gyro with IO
The
core.
Dire get a ban.
but it's probably not.
What about some good old Legion command? OB.Neon. Great setup for relocate, press the attack against Mirana. The hero doesn't die, you build in, you're good, you're
I like it.
10
More
seconds.
defensive approach.
Radiant's turn to
Master with
ban.
that combo is pretty tested and proven.
Dire's ban
Nobody
now.
really beast anymore. We saw one beast from Fnatic and that owned.
Yeah.
Good overall teamfight draft. Was very good.
Off lane, no Aghanim Scepter. The hero's still viable.
Yeah, people just like, you know, this Aghanim build is not that strong anymore. Offline anymore. Wars are still really broken.
Wars are still broken. He still has his
Seconds.
level 20 talent, giving you a 35-second cooldown BKB piercing
5
disable.
seconds
Oh,
remaining.
it's 40, that's right. It
Sorry.
did get nerfed in 7.29c. Good point.
Let me stop you there.
So you can still only use
5 seconds later, twice.
Here's the Radiant band.
Guys, I got
Oh,
raw
not
and
bad.
5.
Dire's ban
Beast
now.
Master.
Oh, they
There
actually
he
banned
is. Yeah, it's an old school.
Well, they're
combo.
smart.
Relocate.
Omega.
The roar into relocate the type of a play. But this time around, Omega. They're tiny, they have Mirana, they have heroes that can do stuff on the map. By seeing these two heroes, I'm
10
gonna say it's a better
seconds.
try. I don't know what they're gonna pick in the next two
It's
heroes,
already
but-
better.
Yeah, but they can
5
at least
seconds remaining.
make stuff happen. They have some stuns. They can set things up. You can Mirana's Moonlight Shadow. You can miss the arrow. Hope that something. At least you're gonna try it.
One Avalanche is already more stun.
This is true.
Upgrade. Proof?
Although Broodmother is still in the pool, although I'm pretty sure they won't pick it into a gyrocopter. At least I hope they don't. Sammy is just a very capable
Smart
player.
Omega
Doesn't need to be brooding it up.
They beat someone with Brood against Gyro. Wasn't
Was it
Fnatic?
yesterday?
Dire's turn to
Fnatic.
pick.
It
Oh,
was
that's true.
Fnatic.
That was that was the
And
gyro
they
game
played-
for Raven.
Because Mother does well again, from what I've seen from that game.
In the lane at least.
Yeah. Once you get level 6 with the Broodmother, well, what is Io and Gyro gonna do?
And we spoke about you need a hero can stand there, right?
Seconds.
Gyro can maybe clear the spiders once, but
Radiant's
then
turn to pick.
hide might read. Hopefully it doesn't come for me.
Yo,
More stuns.
let's go. Ogre as
Omega smart, not the smartest hero, but,
But it's an
he
in
gets
hero.
the job done.
An in hero with a lot of strength gain. Kind of like Lizard.
and
10 seconds.
as of 3 days ago,
5
Ogre had a
seconds
100% win
remaining.
rate in upper division with 9 games played.
All.
All upper division, all regions. So the hero's being slept on.
And it's super tiny.
Dire's
Do
turn
it tiny,
to
if it's
pick.
one position tiny,
Spirit.
which I guess you're
Or even
probably
two.
pretty sure. Or even 2, yeah, a core tiny, a right-clicking tiny with the shard.
Ember Spirit. Okay. So Tiny does very well. Again. I'm expecting. Tiny.
Okay.
Off lane.
10
Offlane and-
seconds.
I like Leech.
I like Legion. Because
5
Ogre
seconds
can be a
remaining.
no. Knight can. It's one of the most. Once you multicast that,
Radiant's
it's
turn
like
to
20
pick.
seconds.
It just doesn't go away.
It never goes away.
Dragon Knight again. They have done it the last time.
Yeah, they like
It's,
this.
it's a good setup for Mirana as well. So
A lot of stuns. Every single hero has a stun. They completely shift.
Radiant's
a lot
turn
of magic
to
damage
ban.
he's playing. It.
Legion
In the
Commander.
previous series wasn't... Oh, they picked the Legion Commander. Weren't you kind of critical of the DK going for a hood in the previous
Oh,
series?
he wasn't going. He had the one in quick buy, and that's not a good sign. Even though he did not end up going for the
Finally
hood,
came up for air.
it was a bad sign.
Is this game any
10
different? Would you still not
seconds.
want him going hood?
I think this time around.
5 seconds remaining.
Arrow?
Are you not a hooder? You don't like hood?
I like it. That game because
The Dire get a ban.
This game they have a ton of magic. Just from a gyro alone. Going into that.
yeah, they go for Legion. Makes a lot of sense as we mentioned before. Ogre removed the arrow and builds into good. Very
10
annoying.
seconds.
Radiant's turn to ban.
So we're expecting a
Mid Ember. They need position war. Something potentially
The
have
Dire get a ban.
Skyrot is a good ban.
Do you think they have some damage problems? I was
On
thinking
Neon?
about
Tusk. I think Tusk solves a bit of.
Tusk could be good. I really like Skyraf, so the ban is good.
Especially against Dragon Knight.
I really feel like right now they lack quite a bit of damage.
Especially early on. Like these heroes don't.
Like you really Mel's from an Ember or something. Maybe have
It needs time. Like this lineup needs time. IO. Helm of the Diameter plus Aghanim set. Fight.
But it's gonna be a support IO problem.
Yeah, sorry.
So even less damage from there. Gyro, Ember.
Radiant's turn to pick.
That's the only worry I have. The lineup looks pretty solid overall. Like they have good saves, good sustain, good scaling, but the early game might be a little tough. Because they have so many tanky heroes on the Dire side.
Earth Spirit still in the pool.
What is like a good player here? What is
Dire's turn to pick. Grim.
He played a lot of Moroni, played a lot of
Okay,
Nyx.
that's good. I like that. Not just because of the double duel, but pairing Legion Commander hero in the much more, and this in two great heroes and one gyro. That just
feel like
5 seconds remaining.
I know you were saying that Tiny does good against Ember, but Omega have exclusively played it for Tina as a one position.
What I also wouldn't mind here, that Razor middle destroys all 3 core. Gyro hates playing against the Razor, but can't lane against Razor.
What about some good old Necro?
Necro, sure. Work too. Same problem there. They have no one that can lane against Necro. I feel Omega has quite a good draft and quite a lot of options in the last pick here.
As long as they don't pick Dazzle, because they are known to blast pick Dazzle.
Oh yeah,
man.
Dazzle against Ember, that might be a trap. They fall into
Yeah.
I really hope they don't do it.
Last time around, they picked Dazzle in
to DP.
and they put.
They won mid, but then what do?
You won mid.
Good job.
So you can tell your team it's my fault.
Guys, I got my Midas.
I went 2-0. What do you guys want? Like you went 0-4.
I checked the network graph. Like, we can check it after the game.
Choose your hero.
Okay, so Tiny mid.
Could be a mid-morph too.
It is a mid-morph actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mid-morph destroys Ember. Like there's just nothing you can do ever.
Can't kill it.
The only...
Wait, who's the fake lizard? Why am I the real lizard? Ah, but, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll see a very quick one because the drafts are way more similar this time around. Similar power levels, similar power spikes, and Omega have got pretty much win conditions here. The Morphling versus Gyro, the Morphling the mid lane. It's looking much better for them, and I love the Ogre with the Bloodlust plus the Tiny position 1, looking solid.
In strength is victory.
Yeah, Omega.
To break the tie.
I was practicing my.
We have time to flip a coin. Oh no, we don't have time.
We don't. Heads.
It's Neon. Flipped a coin. Because you guys couldn't see the coin doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah, it definitely did make sense how you decided which team to go for. I mean, I've seen a lot of bad stuff from you in the past when it comes to predicting, so nothing surprises me any longer. I'm fine with it.
We really need that full Season 1, Season 2 prediction rate, because I feel like my percentages...
I feel like you don't know. The rest of us, maybe you. Are you sure? Do you really want it?
I kind of want to see it.
I'm pretty sure they have it, so they can give it to you.
For the big award at the end.
I'm not sure if you want it public or not, but sure. So, yeah, what was I talking about earlier? The Morphling into the Ember, pretty damn solid. Later on, the way you itemize versus the gyro is also good. You can turn it into a better gyro. And you truly will have this win condition coming from the mid lane. The only problem that I see from Omega is there's such a one-dimensional draft. Like, you have this Ogre, Mirana, Tiny, Dragonite. There's no flair to it. It's all very straightforward.
And you think there's flair from Neon?
There's definitely. Like, you have some Grimstroke with Soulbind ulti, you have some Relocate, Ember can play in and out. On Omega, I'm a Dragonite, I am going to stun you, and then Ogre will also stun you, and then Mirana will hit you, and you dead. You know, it's
you know it's coming. You know what's gonna be there.
You can definitely read it. The only question is, can you do anything about it?
Yeah. Question, and I wonder I want to say it depends on how well CTM does, because that shard, I could see it being very big in this game, or even just multiple levels in the press the attack. Have it on that level 4, have that 13-sec cooldown. You know, somebody gets stunned, give them a chance to get out of there, press the attack, run away.
Yeah, we've seen like maybe one game where Legion Commander didn't do well.
Yeah. Legion is, at least right now, seemingly very strong.
And this is a very strong lane. It's not seemingly, she is strong. And this lane with the Grimstroke is also pretty damn sick. You have Inkswell, a lot of catch potential. It's pretty solid, pretty solid. On the bottom lane, Shanks starting once again with the Blightstone. We see this very often for Miranas at the moment. It makes it a little bit easier to take, especially versus an IO that has very low armor.
Blanche
Radiant's Gloria just drowned in a pool of blood.
This is, you see the ward behind the tier 1 on the bottom lane? Yeah. That's literally what's killing these couriers.
Look, Yopaj getting a little bit low. Yeah, I place that ward a lot. I like killing some couriers.
You can also put it on the cliff, a little bit to the left.
Yeah.
If you're playing something like an Enchantress or a Doom and you need to see the camp as well, that cliff is actually a pretty solid place to put. Because you can react to courier moving in faster.
I wonder if they're going to get courier as well. Because Shanks will see it, but I don't think he's going to.
They're moving it back. They're microing it. You could actually see the Mirana. Shanks moves a little bit to the left and courier back. From the mid lane, this is a big bait of a lane in which Morphling is always sitting low, so you're thinking there's going to be a kill, but he just moves back up. Didn't do anything too much.
Yeah, I'm taking some damage, overwhelming odds on both heroes.
Yeah, Ogre doesn't care. He's a big chunky boy.
7 armor.
So
literally unkillable.
For my glory.
He had 11 at one point. I'm not sure if he had 11 or he had 11 with good times. You would literally dive a tier 2.
Ooh, they're going and looking for Shanks. Didn't get that homie missile to hit though.
That's what's happening as well, right? You're playing versus a Mirana with the lead. If you do manage to kill Shanks, that's definitely his own fault. He overextended. I mean, they both have water rooms. There is no way. Like, it's just a bait. Observers getting debated. That's the storyline here. In before someone dies, and then Vepas messages me on WhatsApp, "What's up now, Lizard?"
I always get debated by the Morphling, especially when he's shifting and you see that life just get super low and you're like, oh, is he dying? And then you click over to his lane, it's just him standing by himself.
Oh, mid lane. I love how we're just gonna watch this lane now. Vepas is like, nah, I'm not moving away anymore. This is it. This is what we're watching.
He's on 1 health. Very killable.
It's like I said, big debate. If any one of these dies early on, it's mostly due to outplay or Morphling maybe shitting Agi when he strength.
Taking a lot of damage from those adaptive strikes. Just enjoying it. Avalanche talk on CTM. Press the attack to back off. CML not there to help out, but Yopaj getting low. Slights once again.
What's this?
As this Flame Guard has a sip in the bottle.
Meanwhile, he just lost like 3 creeps under the tower on the side of Morphling. Sadly, because he was trying to get that kill.
It's that bounty.
Top lane so far, as expected, CTM, he's not dominating, he's not pressuring the Tiny and Ogre. It's really hard to do that, but he's still farming, and he has a very decent CS. This is something that we've all come to expect from Legion commanders. Bottom lane is very similar as well, because Mirana, it's difficult to heal her, 3 leap charges. Dragon Knight just naturally way too tanky to take down. Mid lane is the most flashy lane, most interesting.
Just doesn't look like they're gonna die anyway. Like you said, unless there's a misplay. 35-0 already for this Tiny. Wow.
He's taking a little bit of damage now, moment of courage, and with Mirana rotating mid, maybe the arrow will make the difference. They are setting up. The stun is...
They missed the arrow. That can't happen because now CML, he might be the one who dies. So chase the Inkswell, not sure he's got the damage, but the silence stops the stun on the Yopaj. Waveform, first blood there for Play Hard. Yopaj, not even saved.
So the next level play, we're just not good enough to understand. Bait the Ember onto your own side to be able to actually kill it. Yeah, that arrow, zoning arrow from Shanks, I'm not sure. Like when you set up with the stun, you should be able to land it. Mistakes do happen. Nice try from Januel as well to rotate in to save the Ember, but it's very difficult when you're full HP on IO. It's very difficult for Wisp to heal you up if he's already full, if he doesn't have Fairy Fires.
I wonder if Playhard just caught that. The bounty getting taken, and then knowing that the wound was probably placed.
I should probably know. We're 7 minutes in, and there's 2 kills on the board. Give me the Rumble on. Filipinos, my friends, what's happening here? I was promised brawling action. I was promised 20-minute games, decide who's the better one. No strategizing, nothing like that, just fight it off, manly. But this is way more calm, strategized.
They're keeping it slow for you so you can get
so I can
a
understand
longer
it.
game. So you're not done in 22 minutes.
Yeah, I've casted with you this season. Not too many games, and all of them were like 15-20 minute mark. Done. It's a nice stack of hard camp here, and the Ancients. You need to give a little bit more to the Ember.
They find the dual Venom's Embrace, tether over, they've got the win. Shanks getting caught, Inkswell lands onto the Ogre, they've got Tiny on the high ground. Avalanche, I'm not sure that saves them. Stroke of bait for the slow, they've got 3 heroes here to output that damage, and eventually CML,
he's a big boy.
Die. Yeah, overwhelming odds.
He's a big boy, but there's way too much damage, and I love how Ember just Yopaj, she's like, yeah, I'll slide the fist, and that's my contribution. Back to the stacks. And it's important for him to get a lot of farm early on because he's the vessel builder. You can see that he already has it queued up, and this vessel is huge for Neon. Not only versus Morphling, by the way. All 3 cores are pretty much
is on the rocks.
Look at that.
tanky, right? Like 1k plus early on. Dragon Knight, the Tiny, none of these heroes like the vessel will fight.
They really want to go in on Natsumi, but they've got the tether, and now arrow doesn't land. Rocket Barrage, I thought maybe that would be enough damage.
Ember is here though.
Slider for the Searing Chains, and DK getting low. Eventually, Sam H does die. Max made the rotation. but not getting anything out of it.
He tried to TP back in, maybe get a counter kill, but it didn't work mostly because there was a haste as well on Ember, so it's very easy for him to get in and out.
Searing chains. Oh, Smite and the red. He's fine.
He didn't snatch the bounty rune. That was the plan. He'll just try to be a little bit cheeky there to take the bounty rune away from them.
Yeah, how risky can he be?
So looking at net worth right now, Omega is doing fairly well. Mortling is on top, followed closely by Tiny. Yeah, it's not a huge difference. They're still as a team 1k behind. But the lanes have went decently well for them. Much better than in game 1.
Because the only thing now that they have to worry about are these stats. They've got vision, and Mac's gonna come over here, take the bounty. I guess the question becomes, is there a way for them to shut down the stack taking?
I don't think so. Not at the moment, at least if you're Dire. Maybe you can bring your whole team plus Tiny. Tiny snatches them away, but it's not easy and it will take them a lot of time. And if it takes you a lot of time to take those stacks,
Radiant's middle tower
you're worrying
is under
against relocate, against gyro rotating in.
Capture strike. Not coming over, they don't catch. Play hard.
And Mac actually at least wants the hard cap. It's not a big stack though, this one. He might be able to take it though.
Frustrating if you are Neon though.
Yeah, they're pinging it out, but they're not reacting to it. There's the Legion now, CTM. Scam, he's rotating. Gilpage as well.
Might be able to kill him still. Searing chains, they're looking to get this. Press the attack through the adaptive strike. The silence comes in a little bit too late, but the Inkswell lands on two. Now they've got the kills. That was really well done.
That was really well done, and also very expected from me. Like, if you are trying to steal these stacks and you're taking so much time, they will eventually respond to it. So you took pretty much one big creep, you farmed one camp, and you died for that. So
yeah,
it's definitely not good.
I guess the only thing I'm worried about, Avalanche talks here, on to Natsumi, Leap in, Starstorm, still gonna die. Well, couldn't do enough, but Shanks is dead in return. They also get the 2-1 tower in the bottom lane. They're looking for Tino. They want this Inkswell to land, but just off the mark, and Max come over. There is a lot of heroes here for Smart Omega. Searing change, now back the other way. Stroke of Fate lands on 2.
They're getting out because Tiny is reconnecting, and he has a blink.
And the toss, Soulbind. And the damage. Heroes here. They got the duel on a multiple heroes. They have to get through the rocket barrages. They do.
Did he get the double? No, he got one double.
Got one.
Yeah, he got one, but they killed both of them.
Dire's top.
He's only got 30 damage. I would have pushed him to 40.
I think that's worth for Neon, right? They did lose the Ember, but Gyro survives, and Legion Commander also gets the dual damage, which is so valuable for you.
I'm still a little surprised that Morph's taking this stack and they haven't gonna de-ward it yet.
The Radiant Jungle one?
Yeah, there was that ward there before and they didn't go, and I'm expecting another ward to come out because it wasn't de-warded. If you don't take away the vision, why not place it there again, right?
Oh, well, Gyro will rotate in, he will farm it all up.
So now it's not worth putting that vision.
It doesn't really matter anymore. It's still nice ward to have if you're farming this and you're worried.
You think they just gave up on protecting that? And
we'll see. Tiny is actually rotating in, so he might actually try to contest this.
And this is without the vision because it timed out.
This kind of a move you kind of need to do in a smoke, and they're not.
They're just looking to come over.
It's so difficult to run uphill like this. Sam H will do it though. He's a big dragon.
Now they'll try. It's a little late to steal the stacks. I mean, all 5 are here. They'll take some of it.
It's solid. It's 3 big creeps.
Yeah.
It's actually, they just bullied them out. They literally just bullied them out. They didn't even smoke. Nothing like that. They just gathered together and move up.
And And that comes from the information they had prior, right? Like, because that word was there for so long, they knew the stacking was happening. Yes. They know that the gyro from that fight has moved over to that camp, even though they no longer have the vision, right?
Everything you said is very correct, but it was still an extremely risky move.
Yeah, well, if, like you said, if you're not smoking, that's...
It's very risky.
You're just showing your moves. I'm surprised they got away with as much as they did.
Exactly, because Neon was a little bit more on the greedier side. They were farming with Ember, with Legion Commander that's just running around, so they couldn't set up the perimeter and protect the triangle, which kind of goes hand in hand with what you asked earlier. Why not protect the triangle?
We'll probably get some trouble with the lanes on too, so in Mac and CML. That Hobbs having the full duration gave that information. I'm just wondering why it like I feel like they knew they had the vision there, but I don't know.
This is all nerd stuff we're talking about. Yeah. Let's talk about some really good items that are coming online. Yopash, he actually has the vessel. Because of that,
on Natsumi too.
Exactly, and because of these two items, they instantly smoke up. You also have relocate, remember, so a big team fight should come for Neon. They just need to execute properly. This is their huge power spike.
Yeah, this is a really big one, especially with this double damage. They could really make some big work happen if they catch Tino, especially. That Searing Chains don't win, but they got a soul line on the 2. Now they're going to go for this. Jutsu coming out. Avalanche talk. Tino dead. Wait for him. Mac, that's a risky position, a risky proposition, and they're going to get the kill here on the Mac. Take out all 3 cores. And they lose nothing. Yeah, they want more.
That was not really a risky position for Neon, and Augur with his Ignite and Ignition definitely did not save his team, and mission is accomplished for Neon. They take that vessel and they take a first look fight.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
It's kind of telegraphed as well, right? Like, you should understand that this is coming, but it's just Omega. They were not prepared.
Going from the after party to the hotel lobby. Nothing that they could do with that one. Have to spend their time relaxing now as they were respawning.
They just need to use their smokes, perhaps the Mirana ulti offensively. The thing is, what they're waiting for is the Sea-Blade or more. It gives them a big power spike. And Omega, they're not necessarily in a rush. But you can't be just taking this battery without doing anything at all. Just need to respond at some point. They're trying to perhaps set up on the top lane, Tiny and Mirana.
Putting themselves in a position to get caught in that top lane.
You can see the circle made by the Grimspro. They must be in that area. They're not around bottom. They have full control.
Knobs on the cliff. I haven't seen anybody come in from the dire triangle just yet. No catch me in the CML here.
They see CML now. He's trying to D-ward as a good support should do.
Side of fist, Searing Chains, looking for the Ink Swell. Venom's Embrace, no stun for you, no ignition either. And there will be a kill onto the Ogre. And they're holding that high ground ward. And you know he's coming over. You gotta assume that he's got the sentry down.
It's an important one. It's an important ward to protect if you're Neon, because it allows you to just stay in their triangle and not move away from it at all. You just stay there and whoever tries to go away, him off first. But my question again is, now that you have D-Blade, are you finally ready to smoke up on Omega? And they do it. They do it instantly. Because you have to make a move. You just can't let them control the pace of the game so well and for such a long time. You again have 4 kills against 4 teams. It's unacceptable.
The problem is if this goes wrong too, it really turns court and sour. Maxwell, press the attack. They've got the duel. Now they're going up top. They're trying to get the kill out on Natsumi in the top lane. D-Blade gets damage there with the IO. Oh, homie missile coming in and relocates out.
I'm actually sad for Omega, a biased caster, because they made the proper move. It just did not work for them. Well played by Io and the Gyro. They relocate out and they relocate back in.
And now they're back in, they've got help. Searing chains that lands on the Mirana. The spirits will show them where the Mirana is. CML, Shanks, they both fall. 3 heroes down the side of Smart Omega.
Everything is just coming together for Neon, and the Admir's or Lizard's Curse, as the panel called it, is continuing.
Got about 7 more minutes.
It's about 7 more minutes and pack it up if it continues this way, because Omega, super late game, with the Morphling, they still have, let's say, a very good chance of taking this game. But will they get to that late game? They're already 7k behind, 19 minutes in. It's not looking great. The whole movement when they went top and left Dragonite from mid lane is very well planned. Dragonite here is literally just bait. He's allowing himself to be picked off so that they can pick off Gyro and Io on the bot lane. It doesn't work. They don't use one of those stuns on the relocate.
Yeah, the Morphling's homing missile just never got off in time.
All they had to do is just save 1 stun for the reload. That's such a basic thing to do. They probably thought that they had it on them.
Soulbind, catching this Morph. They've got the kill on the Shanks. They'll work through the Morphling. They've got the duel. They'll take out Mac. Back-to-back deaths.
Triple kill Yopash. And this is just falling apart.
You should have known.
Pretty much is falling apart. This should be easy Aegis as well.
Look at where his net worth is compared to everybody.
It's a normal standard gyro net worth, right, with the IO. It's just the fact that no one is keeping up.
Radiant side of Omega.
Homing missile going out on a Tina.
Is about to
take
take the
there
plunge.
should be. He doesn't use it. I'm just thinking, is there a big item now that can come from Omega that saves the day? There is nothing really huge. It's literally just about the way they execute fights. They need to maybe take the loss, go in, pick off 2, then trade at the loss, right? 4 heroes for 2, 4 for 3. Do something similar. Hopefully, Morphling survives. Once again,
He's being caught one more time. Press the attack. Moonlight Shadow is heading. Oh my god, Yopash got the kill even. And, well, now. He's done this duel.
That's 11k, 21 minutes in.
The plunge.
Curse continues. Vessel was such an amazing role from Ember this game. This Kai and Sanj afterwards, it's nice, but it's not a game changer. The Vessel is really what made them tick. The moment they got it, and it's such a cheap item that the moment they got it, they took full control of the map. Right, instant smoke afterwards. Meanwhile, I feel like Omega did not use their timings properly. The Blink Dagger on the timing, they didn't utilize it with any smokes. They just kind of tried to use themselves into the map.
Spear Vessel on the Ogre. They're going to kill off this Ogre. Stay on the high ground. Glyph isn't out while the creeps come up. Soda searing chains once again, looking for the homing missile. Dive them.
You have
Aegis,
right? So you don't have to run away. You can just stay here. So let's see.
Avalanche. Toss under the tier 3, but they've got the BKB and the Aegis. Got the duel with Soulbind in a little bit late. Venom's embrace. It's on to Tino. The question is, can Natsuki survive this? Now he no longer has the BKB. The damage down on Tino is more than enough to get the kill there on to Sam H. They'll take out 2. CML follows into the grave. They'll buy back on this Dragonite. This tier 3 set to fall. Demolition starts now. And I don't know how you fight into this.
Maybe they'll continue fighting after this side has fallen. Oh, try that.
Avoid the arrow. Sam H. He's dead once. He just fought back. He's dead 71. Exactly keep building so
middle barrier.
They do.
now they
They do fast enough, right? That's
and they're about GG.
Yep. Then it's time to call it like Lacoste says. It's time to call it.
It's time to call it.
Or should I use Black's GG?
Either one.
When it's time to GG, it's time to GG.
This one under the average.
Welcome to Blizzard's
Can we just
cast.
cast